Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our special meeting here on July 29th, 2025. We will go ahead and start with a moment of silence, and looks like we have.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning I'm asking for a moment of silence for retired Lake County Sheriff Ray Benavides. Ray was born in Oakland, California to Emily and Manuel Benavides and was proud of his Portuguese heritage. When World War II took Ray's eldest brother, Elmo, he joined the Marines. He was only 17, but told the enlisting officer he was 18. After boot camp, he was deployed to the front lines, but the war was over before he arrived. He spent the remainder of his service on a ship, serving as a merchant marine during a tour of Japan. Ray drove truck and trailer for Safeway. His route was from Oakland to Crescent City with stops among many locations, Lakeport, California, to deliver at the old Safeway store on Main Street across from the local coffee shop. After unloading, he would always go to the coffee shop and meet up with locals that he became lifelong friends with. One of those friends convinced him to buy a house next to him, sight unseen. He moved his family from San Leandro to Lakeport in the summer of 1959 to a 20-acre walnut farm with room for horses and other livestock. Ray was well known in his beloved Lake County, mostly from his years in law enforcement, first serving as a city police officer with the Lakeport Police, and then to the Sheriff's Department, where he continued to climb the ranks until he was elected sheriff in 1982. He served 2 terms in sheriff until 1990. During his law enforcement career, Ray also attended the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. One of his proudest accomplishments was getting the new jail built during his term as sheriff. He enjoyed his Model T and drove in many parades. As the head of the sheriff's posse, Ray always rode in the Stony Ford Rodeo Parade. He was also a member of the Senior Horsemen's Association. He and his wife loved to RV and traveled many places to square dance. He was a member of the local Elks and Rotary. In retirement, he loved coffee with his retired cop friends and playing poker. He was a familiar face at our local casinos. He was lucky to retain his good memory throughout his whole life and was often asked to speak on history about Lake County. He had a great sense of humor and was a friend to many. Last year, he was honored to be the Grand Marshal of the Lake County Rodeo Association and passed away this year, exactly a year later on rodeo weekend, Saturday, July 12th. Thank you.
Supervisor Tues, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on to our timed items. First, we'll start out with our public input. If there's anyone that would like to come up and speak about something that's not on the agenda, please come up and we'll give you 3 minutes. All right. Please, if you iPhone 12, please unmute and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Justin Quayle, and I'm calling about code enforcement and how the city park, I'm not going to mention names, but somebody slipped and fell because there was rebar on the ground trying to go to a handicap porta potty in the park. And that person didn't want to speak up, but I posted about it. But people, you know, the way the county handles business is interesting. But there's a lot of code violations at the county park that need to be attended to. Or ORANG. orange blocks or on top of the rebar. And there's a lot of OSHA violations in the county park, especially in the repairs. If we're bidding people and getting jobs for these bids, we need to hold these businesses accountable that work for the county. Also, wattles and stuff being that close to the lake and river, and having those porta potties and when we're doing construction, we just really need to be more on top of hiring these companies. If we're not doing it ourselves through Lake County, and we're hiring companies and getting these, there should be permits and stuff like that for the projects. And we should be keeping on top of these companies or getting them into, financially paying, just like the cannabis farmers, and bringing those businesses and shutting them down if you have to, if they can't keep up with these code violations. It's just really hard to watch our county just deplete. I've been here since the 80s, and county workers abusing their power. I know that, code enforcement now is also kind of like a police department. I mean, they're reinforcing stuff, and I think if we're going to bully people, we should be bullying companies that we also hire as a county. Keep everybody accountable. Workers using county equipment, workers that work for the county shouldn't be using county equipment either on the weekends for their own personal use. These are things that I've witnessed. I play with my child at that park a lot. I like that park a lot. I was glad to see there was baseball games going on there this week, and it was very beautiful to see people using that park, because most of the time when I walk there, there's nothing. But anyway, that's just all I had to say today. Thank you, everybody, for trying to help change the world.
Thank you. Any other public input? All right. Close public input at this time and move on to our 4.2. Review and consideration of the Lake County Housing Action and Implementation Plan. And we will give the floor to Lisa Judd.
Good morning, Board. Deputy County Administrative Officer for Housing, Lisa Judd. We're very excited to be here today to present our Housing Action and Implementation Plan, HAPE. The HAPE began as a vision from our CAO, Susan Parker, and that vision has driven us throughout this last year to really to do a plan that truly encompasses the full spectrum of housing here in Lake County. The plan has been created with input from our city partners, Clear Lake and Lakeport, developers, experts in the field, special interest groups, tribal nations, and most importantly, our residents here in Lake County. The HAPE Core team consists of our consultants that are here with us today, Amy Sinsheimer from PlaceWorks and Nicole West, and as well as Director Turner from Community Development and Shannon Walker-Smith, our Deputy Community Development Administrator. We've worked hard over this last year in the collaboration with the Community Development Department, and the General Area Plan for 2050 team has been invaluable and ensures that both of our concurrent efforts remain in alignment and provide synergy to achieve our goals. The HAPE includes several components, including the goals and strategies to implement those goals, as well as a sites analysis and an interactive housing web map. Additionally, administration staff has been instrumental throughout this process of our team and appreciates all the help from our CAO, Susan Parker, Assistant CAO Stephen Carter, guidance from our Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer Matthew Rothstein, Administrative Analyst Shannon Heenan, whose help to gather housing resources has been deeply appreciated, and Wendy Hoffman, who has put her magic into our presentation materials. At this time, I would like to hand off the presentation to Amy, and she will go over the main components of the HAPE.
Good morning. Just getting the presentation here. Okay, thank you. As Lisa said, my name is Amy Sinsheimer. I work with PlaceWorks. I'm happy to be here this morning. The Housing Action and Implementation Plan was initiated a little more than a year ago, and it does address the unincorporated county as well as the cities of Lakeport and Clear Lake. It started with a robust community input and data gathering effort, and then the draft HAPE, as we call it, responded to the community feedback, staff input, best practices, as well as the key and most pressing issues and housing needs identified for Lake County. This slide presents a project overview, and it also has the timeline that you can see we progressed starting in May of last year until the current meeting. The components of the document can be shown at the top right. This is intended to be a comprehensive manual for housing in the county, and it is related to, but not included in, the general plan for the county. So there was a very large community engagement effort, which included community survey, multiple community meetings, including local area plan meetings. It was the first series that included 8 meetings in Cobb Mountain, Kelseyville, Lakeport, Lower Lake, Middletown, Rivieras, Shoreline, and Upper Lake. And then a second series was 2 open houses in Lakeport and Clear Lake Oaks. These were held in conjunction with the General Plan 2050 efforts as well. There were also 2 meetings with the General Plan Advisory Committee. The team held booths at the Blackberry Cobbler Festival as well as the Lake County Fair. Our team met with stakeholders and housing specialists and received input from these groups in various formats as we worked through the community input process. Some of the groups or interests that were represented included environmental justice, the development and real estate community, Lake County continuum of care and other similar housing service providers, economic development and housing interest groups and stakeholders, Spanish speakers, as well as agricultural resources stakeholders. We also conducted outreach and engagement with tribes throughout the county and region. As it notes on the slide, Appendix A lists a detailed account of the outreach, and we will also talk a little more about the findings and key themes from the outreach later in the presentation. The HAPE begins with a gaps analysis section, which includes multiple subsections. This slide focuses on the local land use requirements subsection, which analyzed mostly Appendix B findings, and that would be the kind of baseline current conditions. And that took a look at the regulatory requirements for the cities as well as the county and identified some barriers that could be addressed through the HAPE. For County of Lake, that included looking at the R3 zone and the density standard of 20 dwelling units per project in comparison with the general plan using a density standard of dwelling units per acre, so possibly aligning those. The housing element also states that densities below the density threshold are not permitted, but the allowed uses in the R3 zone may pose a potential conflict. So, for example, duplexes are permitted in R3, but the density allowed in that zone is between 10 and 19 units per acre, which is a little more dense than typical duplex densities. And then finally, for the county, updates are needed more generally to address changes in state law, particularly accessory dwelling unit regulations. So that would be updates to the zoning. For City of Clear Lake, some of the barriers that were identified in the regulations included that the mixed use land use designation in the general plan does not have a density standard, which could limit residential potential for parcels or make it unclear, what is allowed. In addition, specifying standards in the mixed-use zone in the zoning ordinance could lead to greater consistency. For example, some standards currently say that they should just match the adjacent lot, so being specific for all parcels. And then also for Clear Lake, there is some potential for inconsistency in the medium density residential zone, where that zone could either have a medium density residential or high density residential general plan land use designation. There are also updates needed to the city's zoning ordinance for changes in state law, including allowing residential and mixed use in one or more non-residential areas, and to reduce parking standards for smaller units. For City of Lake Park, the identified barrier was the potential inconsistency with the R5 and high density residential land use designation, so the R5 zone. The R5 has a maximum density of 19.4 dwelling units per acre, while the high density residential designation has a minimum of 19.4 dwelling units per acre. So moving on, the gaps analysis also looked at projected residential growth in the county, and this included subtopics of demographic demand for housing development, housing production deficit, household income, housing demand by tenure and income, housing demand generated by overcrowding, household size, car ownership and parking, and housing affordability. So based on the forecast, Lake County would need 1,590 new housing units through the year 2037 to accommodate the expected growth in households. As discussed above, accommodating the projected growth in households through 2037 at the current vacancy rate would require construction of about 150 housing units per year until 2037. The analysis indicates that if the present trends continue, though, the county will continue to experience a decline in population in the lowest income categories over the next 20 years. So the analysis also indicates that if present trends continue, the county will experience growth in the higher income categories with larger rates of growth amongst the highest income categories. The analysis also indicated that growth in households that own their own homes could support the development of about 180 new housing units a year on average, but growth in households that rent could support the development of about 40 new housing units a year on average. So the 150 number is the overall average, but these are the nuances when you look at homeowners versus renters. The analysis related to housing demand generated by overcrowding concludes that 960 households in Lake County were residing in overcrowded conditions in 2022, and that would be 780 owner-occupied households and 180 renter-occupied households. In terms of household size, 68.8% of owner households and 72.4% of renter households only have one or two people, so that was notable. The data in this section also suggests that existing development standards could be evaluated to determine if lowering parking standards might be appropriate for smaller units, so studio, 1 or 2 bedroom units in multifamily housing in particular. And then finally, in terms of housing
we have a quick
affordability,
question.
Wages are not growing fast enough in the county to reduce housing overpayment among workers. So the cost that people are paying for housing, in particular, the workforce, is not keeping up. The wages are not keeping up with that cost. So the cost of owning a home has been steadily outpacing the ability of existing households and workers to afford to purchase a home.
Yeah, I have a question, and that's kind of what I had a question about, is the change in demographics with the lower income families getting smaller over time, and we're seeing an increase in the mid and upper income households. Is that adjusted for inflation?
I believe so. We would need to check with the specialist who prepared that data on our team to confirm, but I believe so.
Okay, because I just want to make sure that we don't think that, if we have families that their income is increasing, but they're still considered low income, that we're not overlooking that.
No,
Especially
no,
as we look at the affordability.
Now I understand what you're saying a little more. So this would be looking at, who is considered in the different income categories, who fits into those over time. It's not a static statistic. Yeah.
Go ahead, Bruno.
Not sure if you were done with the gaps analysis. I don't mind allowing you to finish, but I wanted to speak on that. So are you done with the gaps analysis? Is there more information or?
We're done with this slide. There are multiple more slides for this section.
Let's go ahead and finish then.
Okay, great. So just to note that there also is table HAPE 9 in this section, which includes federal and state programs that projects, organizations, or agencies may be eligible for in terms of housing. And then there's also a housing gaps section at the end of the end of the gaps analysis section with kind of the takeaways from this section. So that includes housing rehabilitation needs, need for housing of all types and for specialized groups, vacant infill sites, as well as insurance industry and coverage. So on housing rehabilitation needs, a large percentage of mobile homes are in need of rehabilitation. There is a high need for low income or lower income rehabilitation, especially for senior homeowners and those who are not financially able to do all the needed repairs on their homes. There is a need for housing for all types and for specialized groups of residents. Feedback that we heard from developers we talked with included requesting a streamlined and clear process for developers with clear expectations and milestones and a single point of contact to encourage more project applications. Related to vacant infill sites, due to fire hazards and infrastructure availability, siting housing closest to amenities and transit are reasons to prioritize infill sites for housing development. In addition, these sites can sometimes qualify for tax credits for affordable housing development. And related to the insurance industry and coverage, our findings in this section noted that most residents and property owners have faced significant increases in home insurance rates or must scramble to find insurance providers. Policies written by insurance companies in the county steadily decreased from about 25,000 to 19,000 between 2015 and 2023. And I will pause there. That is the end of the gaps analysis section. If there are other questions from the board.
Go ahead.
So I want to kind of go back to the very beginning of this. We're part of it's not a JPA, but we're part of the Housing Trust Fund. We have an approval from both cities. This feels like a document that aligns with the Housing Trust Fund on how to get development going. And right now, the only approval that I'm aware of is coming through the Board of Supervisors. And I don't want to represent the cities. I want to represent the county. We want to represent the county, and I'm just kind of questioning, is this also going before the city councils? Because we're saying certain things need to be done in their cities, and I feel slightly uncomfortable telling a city what they need to change in order for housing to occur. So is this going to pass by the city councils? Has that been discussed? What's that process look like? And I know we have a city manager and a council member here that might be able to speak on that as well, but just thought I'd start with you.
I have reached out to the city managers to see if they would like us to do a presentation on the HAPE for the city council. As far as the Regional Housing Trust Fund, there's guiding documents for that Housing Trust Fund, and the administrative board has been in agreement thus far that the HAPE would be a guiding document.
Okay. And no response
once approved.
No response from the city managers at this moment in time that they are interested in going through the same process we're currently going through?
I'm waiting to hear from them.
Okay. and I guess at one point we'll have public comment where I can get a response maybe from the city manager or the council member. The Department of Finance is where a lot of this information comes from, and I'm concerned that they don't necessarily know exactly what's happening here. The numbers just seem somewhat slightly wrong, in my opinion. The anticipation, it was funny because it kind of clicked together what was said between some of the comments that you and I were engaging in yesterday. That change of the number of people making less than 25,000, making less than 50,000, and huge amount of people making more than 100,000. There's no CPI increase that's going to bring people from less than 25 to more than 100,000. Like, that's a huge shift. And I'm not sure what industry we're aware of that we're bringing in that's going to create a higher salary for people, other than what was put in there, that there is the possibility that rents, it actually said that they don't believe rents are pushing people out, but it's definitely getting more expensive, and that it's becoming more of a burden as far as the percentage of their salaries. But I put the two together, and if we continue as is, that's what will happen, is we are pushing people to leave to find the next place that's affordable. So I'm concerned by those numbers, and I think that's a reality we need to pay attention to, because unless we have plans in the books that brings in good salary, wages, and good jobs, and a large number of them, I don't see that shift happening other than people not being able to afford to live, whether it's California's issue, whether it's a Lake County issue, all of the above, I think, deals with that. And so I just have problems with the Department of Finance, and I'm not sure if there was ever a contact with the cities and the community development to say, give us your numbers versus getting numbers from Department of Finance. But I figured those numbers would be vastly different, because the average number of houses being built does not make sense to me. And then expecting, if that's our average today, we can reach 170 or whatever amount of houses in the future. I don't know that that's a reality. That's a reality we need to try to attain, but I don't know that's a reality of what we can obtain, especially with what we're doing presently and in the past. Yeah, those are my major comments. I worry about the numbers that we're using, and if we're using those numbers to project how our guidelines will be to housing, it just creates concern and pause.
Lisa, would you like me to continue?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Moving on to the goals and strategies section of the HAPE. This is the largest section, and we will go through it in detail. I will pause after each goal for any questions about the goals and strategies within that goal. So as we said at the beginning, this does apply to the county and cities. There is a table, HAPE 10, at the end of this section where there is additional detail provided about whether each action under the strategies applies to County of Lake, City of Clear Lake, City of Lakeport, 1, 2, or 3 of the jurisdictions. So that is detailed. The table also includes information about potential partners for each action, the expected time frame, potential funding sources, and other resources and examples. So goal 1 is to create housing for all economic levels and build a variety of housing types. Strategy 1.1 is to work to increase the number of accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, in Lake County through a variety of strategies to promote housing affordability, resilience, and prevalence. Strategy 1.1 includes 5 actions, and they are, an overview of those is to identify and recommend funding for ADUs, to establish or enhance partnerships related to facilitating this housing type, to conduct a multifaceted marketing campaign to homeowners related to ADUs, to establish a water and wastewater policy related to providing service for this type of unit, and to provide grants and other funding options for ADUs. And this would all be in addition to what the state law already allows for this housing type. Strategy 1.2 is to increase the number of homeless housing options and programs to serve vulnerable populations, including actions to support a variety of housing types, such as transitional housing, supportive housing, and tiny home villages. This strategy includes 4 actions. They are to seek funding, to have discussions with stakeholders about what changes to zoning and building codes may be needed to facilitate this type of development, to create a marketing strategy to highlight public land for homeless housing opportunities, and to ensure sufficient funding for the rapid rehousing program to update availability of existing and previous funding sources and assess gaps in funding and prepare a plan for additional funds. Strategy 1.3 is to expand opportunities for small lot residential development throughout the county. This strategy includes 3 actions. They are to research and identify funding sources, explore the idea of agriculturally oriented small lot developments, and to review and update planning documents to align with small lot development. A strategy 1.4 calls for work to build a variety of residential options, particularly those that offer residents amenities, affordability, and resilience, including mixed-use developments. This strategy includes 6 actions. First is to fund and facilitate mixed-use developments, seeking partnerships with developers, agencies, and organizations. Also to create a landlord-tenant matching program and marketing campaign to encourage long-term rentals in the county and rentals that allow pets. That program also would look to rent to people who reside in the county. Another action is to encourage climate-resistant building techniques, also to seek funding at the local government level and condition projects to include more amenities, also to research conditions for streamlined project approval and identify areas geographically where amenities are missing. Another action is to seek partners and funding for a mini manufacturing plant that could produce housing as well as provide workforce training. And finally, the county seeks to obtain the California State Pro Housing designation as part of this strategy. Strategy 1.5 is to create housing to serve Lake County's workforce. There is 1 action under this strategy, which is to seek funding for workforce housing projects. Strategy 1.6 is to address housing needs for first-time homebuyers and also has 1 action, which includes addressing housing needs for first-time homebuyers, funding construction of homes for first-time homebuyers, and continuing to expand established programs and funding sources. Strategy 1.7 is to work to increase the number of housing units for veterans in Lake County. It includes 3 actions: to research and apply for funding, to engage with local stakeholders and broader organizations to create a dedicated veterans living facility, and to identify concentrations of veterans and encourage developers to place veterans housing near those locations. Strategy 1.8 is to work to increase the amount of housing for seniors in Lake County. It includes 3 actions: to seek funding for this type of project, to hold discussions with stakeholders to identify any needed changes to zoning and building codes, to facilitate housing for seniors, and to determine which types of senior housing are most appropriate in Lake County. Strategy 1.9 says to change housing authority, to build on the change to the housing authority model to increase viability, expand the number of available housing choice vouchers, and establish a project-based voucher system or program. This includes 2 actions: to monitor the effectiveness of the housing authority after joining the regional housing authority, in increasing vouchers available and advocating for changes to the HUD voucher process. And secondly, to explore options for project-based vouchers and the permanent supportive housing certificates program. The final two strategies on Goal 1 include Strategy 1.10, using geographic information systems, or GIS, to continue to update the HAPE sites inventory, and we will be presenting more detail on that part of the project after my section of the slides, and to refine the list of potential sites for housing development. Also, to maintain an online interactive web map of the identified sites. This strategy includes 5 actions: to establish a partnership between the county assessor's office and planning staff at the county and the cities, to consider relevant spatial data and identify government-owned properties that have been closed or have excess developable land for residential development, to use a list of potential housing sites in the HAPE sites inventory to facilitate development described in the next strategy, in strategy 1.1. And then to prepare the 7th cycle housing element sites inventory as part of the upcoming housing element update in the next couple of years. And finally, to use GIS tools to facilitate strategies under Goal 2. Strategy 1.11 is to create opportunities for all 3 jurisdictions to collaborate on securing funding and administering programs, and it includes 4 actions. To continue the Regional Housing Trust Fund to fund various affordable housing initiatives, to provide subsidies and monitor funding sources for housing that's affordable to extremely low-income households or those who make 30% or less of the median income in the county, to provide operating subsidies for permanent supportive housing, and to hire or designate a staff member dedicated to securing funding and administering programs. And I will pause there. That is the end of Goal number 1. Any questions?
Yes, I'll start out. I noticed at the end it said for all 3 jurisdictions, and I think it would probably help with the subsection of that. I know you engage with tribes, I noticed that. There's probably 4 that have an actual housing department. I know commonly they usually work for their housing projects on Rancheria, but they do have a element of, and I think that's why you reached out to them, they have an element of members that live in the community. Plus there's Northern Circle, who I know and see that you've reached out to as well. So there may be some opportunity there as jurisdictions that can collaborate on a sublet type of thing. That way there's some more collaboration in that aspect. I don't know if if there's more you can add to that.
We're definitely open to those communications and having those conversations with tribal nations, and agree wholeheartedly that there are a lot of opportunities for us to collaborate in housing.
Okay. Because I think I know of 3 of the directors are in different areas, and I think we can connect you on that end. That way there may be some opportunities. I know for sure that I haven't heard anything about the Upper Lake tribes. I think they don't necessarily have a land, they have a land base, but it's a different type of jurisdictional deal. But we'll work on that then for sure to connect you with those.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, and then I had another question about the ADUs. Exciting to have another opportunity for homes. Just concerned about because I looked in the table and we'll be working with folks that can provide those ADUs or build them. How do we ensure that they are, what is the measure to ensure that they're going to be lasting, or they're going to have some sort of integrity in their structure? Because I've seen a lot of these in different areas, especially when they've come to different places where they're kind of selling a good point, but at the same time, in doing further research, they break down within a couple years. And if folks are putting money into it or borrowing from it, they end up with that debt. So.
Thank you. So accessory dwelling units would be subject to the same health and safety codes, same building codes. Our chief building official has had periodic meetings with new and innovative strategy presenters to see that as these new ideas for housing materials come up, that they are meeting the California codes for that exact reason.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was just concerned about that because I've seen a couple people come forward and try to come into in my district for sure and kind of pitch these things, and I'm like, well, I don't think this one's going to last. When I researched the actual website and whatnot, so
You are welcome to direct them to our department.
I will.
Thank you.
All right. I don't know who was next.
Well, I just had a follow-up comment, and I did talk to Lisa about this yesterday. Is we need housing for all economic levels, and I think the question of longevity is really valid because we know that what some people can afford at one point in their life doesn't have a long lifespan. And we are seeing that because we have so many homes that need to be rehabbed or they don't get rehabbed. And we've got some folks in here helping with that. But, even being in my neighborhood, 10 years after the Valley Fire and watching some homes come in that, I can see 10 years later, they're just not standing up. And at some point, they're going to need some assistance in the rehabilitation. So I think it's really important that we consider that, looking at the housing stock that we have right now that we know is very old, and what are the steps going forward? Because, everyone has to make a choice based on where they are economically. Like, you can't fault anybody for that. But we do need to think about and consider what that does long term. And then the other piece of this is, the fire chiefs have been talking about it for a long time, is we have housing that we're allowing that doesn't have sprinklers and doesn't meet the safety codes that we require in stick-built homes. And, how do we negotiate that as well? So I think that's something that we really need to consider, is that we're not just allowing people, to put in something that may impact their safety or their neighbor's safety down the road. So that's similar to the ADUs, but I think we need to look at that for all types of housing.
Oh, yeah. I think you were first and then Supervisor Owen.
So I had a few comments. The ADU thing, I think there's already by law, there's very little that we can do if somebody wants to start an ADU process. Even in HOAs, I know at the beginning we struggled because of the fact that state law allows you to, and there's nothing HOAs can really do about it. I'm only interested in ADUs for the pro-housing designation, because that gets us other potential resources that we can access. ADUs are not the solution. Can they be a portion of the solution? Absolutely. But this idea that we want to focus on it and really try to push for ADUs, I'm just trying to envision what the future of our communities look like. I don't know that I want a whole bunch of ADUs everywhere and say that's what I want our communities to look like. People have the right to choose if they want an ADU, but I don't know that we should necessarily be really focusing and pushing on that. But again, making sure that we have a process so that we can meet the pro-housing designation checklist and move forward in trying to obtain that. I think that's where I'm at for that. On 1.4, one of the actions kind of has me weirded out, the landlord-tenant matching program. I just don't know why we're involved in that. If it's Section 8, that's one thing that they're involved in, trying to meeting with the landlords, making sure the housing is good and whatnot. But a landlord-tenant program sounds like we're property managing for them. That's their job. That's their private business, their private enterprise. I don't know that we should get engaged with that. If some nonprofits want to engage in such a way, I have no problems with that. But I don't think should be our job at all. So I don't know that we should be pushing for that as well, rather than focusing on just developing housing. 1.5, I know it wasn't in the presentation, there wasn't a really deep dive, but in the text, it really talks about working with industries and trying to meet and provide housing for those specific industries. Absolutely happy to support those industries, but if they don't put money or skin in the game, I don't know that we should be working to help getting nursing and doctor housing or teacher housing. We should be there with our housing trust fund to work with anybody, but I don't know that we should be pushing for a specific industry as well. Just wanted to put that out there. Love that we are looking at a focus on seniors and veterans. I do want to highlight something that I was told not too long ago, and Ms. Kimball-Oth might know this already or might correct me on this, but we have reached, I just lost it, something zero. Basically, we're not seeing a increase. It's been a while. We have not been seeing an increase during that time period of veteran homeless individuals, and we have not been seeing a decrease. It's flatlined. I forget what the something zero, and that is our first time ever in a specific population group for our homeless population, and hopefully we can create that for other groups within the homeless population and keep decreasing that number. And it's in single digits. So it's not a very huge amount, but still it should be down to zero. So I'm in support of looking at veteran housing, but love the seniors. You've talk a little bit later on in the document, not here in the goals for goal 1 of disabled folks as well. I think there's very specific groups that should be getting a little bit of a priority. And just housing in general is helpful anyways. 1.6, I'm not against the idea of looking at a first-time home buyer program again, but I think we obviously did it in a very bad way in the past. The amount of defaults that we've seen when I got involved in the plan as well, the loan committee over in the city of Clear Lake, we were trying to use the $40,000 to increase the overall cost of the house that they were not pre-approved for rather than using it for down payment. I just think we really need to look at a policy that is tight for success, not tight to get people their dream place to start life in, because they have to work up to getting there, not start in by having those dollars available to them. So I'm okay with that, but I think it's going to take some scrutinizing of the rules and policies that we can change here locally. And then lastly, or almost lastly, strategy 1.9. To me, it's, and I apologize if that's rude, but Section 8 and homelessness has similar issues that I think by just focusing on housing, you already alleviate some of those problems that Section 8 is currently having, where they're not finding housing, or homelessness where we can't move them from a shelter into housing. So I love, I think it was strategy 1.2 that talks about adding more housing, like transitional housing for our homeless population to be able to climb up and out of homelessness. But overall, we're just struggling to place people in houses because there's no houses available to place them in, or at least at the appropriate price. So I think just focusing on housing in general also allows you to focus on those other groups without having to necessarily be specific on that focus. I do have a concern about how we're going to be utilizing our housing trust fund as we look at goal number 1 of building houses for general population as a whole. And the idea of what was put out in the gaps analysis of the 25% vacancy rate, and the idea that that will continue. And I would like to make sure that if we're going to be using any of our money that whether it's money we receive from other sources or it's our money that we've placed in the trust fund, that there is a amount of years that you will not be using it for short-term rentals, to ensure that it stays within the current population here and not just the tourism population, which we want to support, but not with this money. And so we need to limit potentially seasonal homes and short-term rentals if we're going to be using those funds specifically. If you're privately building your own house, you get to do whatever you want with it. But with these funds and this effort, I think we need to make sure that we're actually helping the problem with a solution and not providing a gateway to someone else's business where they can make money off that. So those are my comments for goal 1.
We had a couple of people write in, and primarily they were wanting to know, it was Sharon Zoller and Katie Evans, and they were wanting to know about public input on this plan before it's adopted, and in particular the agriculture departments. Have they had any input on this?
Yes, we had very strong outreach to the ag community. And in fact, they were one of our probably most attended when we sent out the invitation. We had a packed house, and certainly many of them voiced their opinions in our agricultural stakeholder meeting.
Okay, she had wrote this actually yesterday, wanting to know about some input, both of them from the agriculture, Lake County Ag. So that was,
It was
Just wanna
definitely,
bring that up.
yeah, we definitely did that early on in our community engagement.
and they might want some additional input before it's adopted. So,
Okay.
I think it would,
Opportunity today, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Open it for public comment.
Right, anyone can call in public comment and whatnot. I wanted to expound on something Supervisor Sabatier had mentioned about, the transition from folks that are having issues with homelessness into the next bracket, or if you will. I know that I've brought up a discussion about rent stabilization, and there's even more concern about that when it comes to further in our discussion when it comes to mobile homes and trailers and things like that. But I know it's a delicate balance because we have to ensure that on one hand we want to make sure that people that are renting, are able to, they're able to sustain. But we do have an issue with folks not even having an opportunity to apply. I mean, you got to do first and last month's rent, and it's really difficult for someone coming out of homelessness, transitional housing, to even go into that base. I know that there's services and whatnot, but sustaining it is something that's difficult. But I just wanted to mention that because there's going to be multiple other concerns from the future discussions here when it comes to mobile home parks and whatnot too. So I don't know how we balance that, but it's it's something that I've been working on. So just wanted to highlight it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just have one more comment in response to some of the comments made is, we're listed as the jurisdiction, for example, for the workforce housing development, but the partners are the workforce industry employers. So we're not taking responsibility for every single one of these projects. We have partners listed here. There's potentially more as we go ahead. It's like we just have to be the jurisdiction. We're in charge of this plan, but we're not telling the other jurisdictions what to do. This is what's available. These are the opportunities. We're not necessarily going to roll out every single one of these projects.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? No? All right. You can continue.
All right. Thank you so much. I think, Amy, next, I think we're going to go ahead and let you finish that, and we'll move on to Nicole with the sites analysis and interactive web map.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll move through the rest of the goals and touch on the appendices then. So goal 2 is to encourage and facilitate infill development. And that includes strategy 2.1, to focus the siting and design of new homes on infill and fire safe areas, including integrating fire safety measures into housing development policies. This strategy includes 2 actions: to identify and promote residential development opportunities in fire safe areas to improve likelihood of insurance options, and to integrate fire safety measures into local site planning and review. Strategy 2.2 is to build homes in areas with access to infrastructure, resources, and transportation networks that are walkable and bikeable. And it includes 3 actions: to reuse vacant properties in downtown areas and other population centers to revitalize those areas, to look for additional potential infill sites by assessing indicators like structure value and acreage, and to identify sites that could be appropriate for missing middle housing or housing that provides kind of that middle range of densities and options that is not so prevalent in the county. So strategy 2.3 is to establish a local land trust or community land trust to buy what we're calling checkerboard lots left in areas where there have been fires, for example, Cobb, and do infill development on those sites. Building homes under this strategy would also address unmanaged vegetation on vacant lots, which is an additional fire hazard. There's 1 action under this strategy, which is to create partnerships to streamline redevelopment of these areas once the land trust has been established.
Yeah. Okay. I have some comments for this before we move on to the next goal. And first of all, I'm really excited to see this in here because this is something that I've been working on for almost a decade. And we really had to wait until we had the capacity in both CDD and admin to really push these forward. And the things that I want to say about this are bigger than what we have in this goal. And so I suggest that we have another goal that really looks at what happens post-disaster. What are the standards we want to achieve? And I can get into that now, or I can get into that later. But the checkerboarding is specifically a strategy that's being used in Maui right now. And in hurricane places, not just fires, where you have these disasters where only part of the neighborhood comes back, and then you're left with a lot of vacancies. But in wildfire areas, it's even more dangerous because you have vegetation growing and you have no enforcement mechanism. Those people are gone and they're never coming back, but they're holding on to their lot. And so what this land trust idea that Maui's doing, and Maui's doing it for a different reason, because they want to ensure that residents, Hawaiian people, can still live in the communities and not priced out of an area where the land is being bought up by people that have, second or third or other homes. They want to maintain the integrity of their communities. So they have a land trust buying up these lots, and the land trust helps these families build homes. Otherwise, they would be priced out. It's a similar strategy that we could use here, because what's happened now is, even though we've got 20 to 25% rebuild rate in areas like in Cobb, you have a more dangerous situation because you have unabated vegetation growth, and we have no way to abate that. And so this is something that we need to look at, because these neighborhoods are actually more dangerous now. The canopy is not there, the forest is not there, but it is, very dangerous without some way to manage this. And so the land trust could potentially buy these lots from these folks that are not coming back and manage that land and figure out how to either do a scattered development with the developer or get those lots to folks that want to build homes. And another piece of this is having a plan library, something that we talked about at the Cobb Area Council like 10 years ago. Is like, how do we make this easy for people to rebuild and reinvest in communities? And there's so many hurdles. Supervisor Owen knows this. It's very difficult to rebuild your home. It takes a lot out of you. It's very traumatizing. It's very, very hard. And if there's any way that we can make it easier, a plan library is one of those things. Like, you have a selection of homes. This is something Rebuild Paradise is doing. You can let anyone use these plans. They can be re-engineered for a specific site, and it gets them moving along a lot faster, and it saves money, because these are typically very cost-effective homes to build. So, I have a lot of other comments along these lines. And then going back to the mini manufacturing plant from the last goal, this was actually something that we worked on after the Valley Fire. There actually was a company that had designed homes built out of insulated panels, because they would send them up to Alaska, because Alaska has such a short building season. They're in the Bay Area. They would load up every late spring, early summer, load up all the ships with these paneled homes, and they go to Alaska and they're put up in a month or two. And they wanted to put a site in South County and build homes that way. And it was just one of those things, like, we were in the trenches. That was really, really a hard thing to pull off when we were in, the cloud fog of everything that we were going through. So being very intentional about what we want to see after a disaster. We know the city of Clear Lake has been through 2 recent fires where they have lost homes. What is our plan coming back from that? What standards are we going to, and Director Turner and I have talked about this, what standard are we going to require a lot owner to return their lot to? So that if they don't want to build, then it makes it easier for someone else to buy that property and build, not burdened with everything they left behind, including all the standing dead trees, which we all lived through. So there's a lot of things that I would really like us to work on proactively now during Blue Skies, so that if and when that happens, we're ready. We know what standards we're looking for clean lots and neighborhoods. We know what infrastructure standards we need to upgrade to, right? Because we know these roads, we're still dealing with roads. We're gonna have a conversation about that later today. The narrow roads that exist, it's one of the things that insurers ding us for. That's one of the things that we as a county can work on to make our communities more insurable. So I know that there's a lot here that I'm flinging up. But this is, I think, a separate goal that we really need to dig into. We need to look at what we've got existing. We need to look at the checkerboarding that exists in areas where we haven't had disasters, where we can look for revitalization. But this is a separate conversation of post-disaster and how do we really quickly recover and encourage building. And we always talked about it 10 years ago. Where's that easy button? We just push that easy button. How many things can we do now to make it easy so that we're not paying the price 10 years down the road like we are today?
I definitely like a proactive approach.
Any other comments? Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, the library of pre-approved housing is something that's been talked about definitely more than a decade since fires started and people struggled to rebuild. And that should definitely be something that we put some money into so that we can have 5, 6 more variety of choices so that there's still a choice, but it's pre-approved and it makes it easier and more streamlined to go through the process. There's difficulties within each parcel, so you have to figure things out, but you're not starting from scratch. And so I would be in support in adding that either as an action item or as a strategy. I don't know, but I'm in full support of that because it is something that after going through such trauma of losing a home, creating simplicity within any process to rebuild and recover should be a given. And it's not even, let's ignore the human aspect of that because it's a very human, emotional issue that goes on with the individuals who lost their homes. But as a county, it took us forever to rebound from the loss of property taxes. If we don't make it simple and easy for rebuilding when these things occur, we're only hurting ourselves as well, and we can't support the rest of the community as well. So anything to be able to streamline those things, absolutely. And then people don't want to leave to go to the next steps. I feel like I'm going to get a comment before I move on and continue.
I appreciate you bringing up the plans, both of you, because we have already started a plans library that's available online in the building safety webpage. It was started through legislation that required ADU plans to be available to people. And so we have 6 different plans ranging from 384 square feet to 1,120 square feet. And there's no rule that says they have to be used only as accessory dwelling units. These are available to the public right now. It would still require Title 24, which is site-specific energy calculations. But we already have this. And so it would be great to continue building that out in the future to give people more selection.
Thank you. And then just overall goal itself, putting on my LAFCO hat, absolutely infill. I think we should be focusing on community growth boundaries because of the connections to all utilities, the connections to amenities, public safety. All of those things are going to be found within those regions. Not to say that we don't focus at all on any of the other areas, but I think that there's a reason why we call them community growth boundaries is because we anticipate that that's where those things should happen. And so all in favor of the infill, all in favor of the library. I do struggle a little bit. Yes, we need to try and figure out what to do with the checkerboard, but in the long run, it's still private property. We can't coerce people into doing something with their property, but we do have rules and regulations to enforce safe measures on those properties, and that's something we need to figure out how to do, because if somebody wants to keep a vacant lot, there's nothing we can say to not have a vacant lot, but they do need to have their safe lot for the community to be safe. And so that's a bit of a struggle in trying to figure it out. And my last comment is, I do have concerns. There is a bill moving forward in the state of California that potentially forces or pushes us to look at all lots lost being now put back into as low-income housing. I know it's not as extreme as that, but I do have concerns because we also want to make sure that we allow what was there to be rebuilt so that the community can be recovered, not brought back to someone else's vision.
I'll just respond to the land trust. Like, this is, again, not something the county does. This is an organization that either comes out of one of the organizations that already exist, and we're not forcing people to sell their lots. It is an option, because there are so many people that are just living anywhere in this country and they've got this lot. They don't really know what to do with it. They just pay the property taxes every year. They don't know how it impacts. But if there is an option, if a land trust is formed through one of the organizations we have, and they reach out to these homeowners and they say, hey, we'll buy your lot for you. We'll take it off your hands. You don't have to worry about it anymore. That is the path forward. We're not coercing or forcing, and the county really doesn't even have a role in it. But again, we're putting this strategy in place as a guide, bringing the partners together as an option and as an opportunity.
And just as a response to that as well, we do have a role in it, because a lot of those properties, like paper parcels, same basic concept, same basic issue at a much larger level. A lot of those properties, if people give up on them, are tax defaulted.
They're not. I'm not talking about tax defaulted property.
There's the possibility of when people abandon their properties that they can be tax defaulted. I'm not saying they are. And we have the opportunity to purchase them and then work with a developer and try to engage for something to happen on those properties. So there is a role that the county can play.
Yeah, it's different. We're talking about different things.
All right. Continue.
Are there any more questions, or should we continue with the presentation?
Continue. I don't see any other pens up. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Go ahead.
Okay, so moving on to goal 3, which calls for maintaining and rehabilitating homes and neighborhoods. Strategy 3.1 is to support programs that assist with home repairs, in particular for elderly homeowners. It includes 3 actions: to create a home rehabilitation program using a multi-level phased approach, maintain a list of nonprofits, builders, and contractors who are available to help with home repairs in the county, and to proactively market the rehabilitation program to potential applicants. Strategy 3.2 is to increase technical assistance and capacity to assist with maintaining and rehabilitating homes, and includes the actions to support general capacity building for home maintenance companies and contractors, and to hire or designate a staff member to be a dedicated housing rehabilitation liaison. And that is the end of goal 3. Should I pause here or keep going?
Supervisor Sabate.
Again, and I'm sure I'll get the same comment that I received from my colleague, appreciate the idea of rehabilitation, and I appreciate the work that we've seen happening. Not something I would like to see us putting our resources into, other than continuing to support what's there. I do struggle at times where I know that, I'm just going to talk about it since it's even on our document here. NCO Build has put in a vetting process to ensure that they are working with folks who are truly struggling and not folks who are landlords who really don't care to upkeep their place. But I do struggle internally about the amount of finances we're providing to somebody who is already renting, now has a dilapidated home getting repaired. I struggle with those concepts. And again, it's a fine line when it comes to rehabilitation of, we do need good housing, but at the same time, there's certain responsibilities that comes along with private ownership of housing and renting. And if we start relying on other funds and resources, it becomes unsustainable. And I just worry about those things.
Sure, I'll respond. I get it. And this is not, I don't see this as the county's role either. But when we look at the housing stock, we know that we have a lot of substandard housing. And we know that we have people living in unsafe conditions. And we know that we cannot help them with programs that are available right now, like the home hardening program, if there's even a code violation. So I don't know what the answer is, but at some point, there needs to be a solution to these homes and dwellings that really put people at risk and put their communities at risk. So I don't know what the solution is, and I don't feel like this is a government solution, but it is something, again, that can be put in this plan as a strategy or an opportunity with one of the partners. But at some point, some of these homes have to be upgraded. And I don't know if it's like a rehabilitation program or a demolition and replace program, but they're just not going to last and they're going to continue to deteriorate. And this is a public health safety issue.
I would just like to add on 3.1. I do think it's imperative that we do support programs for elderly homeowners. And the reason I say that is because if there's not a program to help them, they look to, and this is a problem in a lot of our districts, but primarily I know for sure in mine, where either a family member or a friend of the family or something of the like will come and help the person, but they're really not helping them. So if there's a program in place rather than that situation, because then what ends up happening down that road is it becomes more dilapidated, they squat, it becomes all of that. So if there's a program we can support, that's why I like seeing that there, because it gives them an opportunity to have some help rather than being taken advantage of. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Yeah, and work not done up to code.
Right.
And unpermitted.
And I'd like to say something.
Go.
I think one of the biggest issues that I have seen is financial for across the board, whether they're building something new. And a lot of it comes down to it being difficult to get through the processes for building or for, the permits to get the new roof on or whatever needs to be done. I think kind of taking a more proactive stance in that when they come up to a roadblock. I've gotten, just this week, I've talked to 2 different people that have had roadblocks put in front of them when they're trying to do something. So rather than just saying, well, it doesn't comply, but rather taking the stance that, well, we can't do it this way, but let's tweak it so that we can make this happen. And figuring out what we need to do to help them would be huge. But financially as well, taking down some of those barriers would really help on the individuals that are wanting to build. And like I said, I just talked to one today, I talked to one yesterday. So.
All right. Any other comments from? I think right now is probably a good time to take a break. It's 10. I know we're in the middle, but I just know that usually at 10 I like to try to get one. We're at a good stopping point. So we'll come back at 10:20.
Okay.
All right. Looks like we're coming back from our break. We were at goal number 4. We were at. Yes, we're going to go ahead and move on here. Yeah. Okay, goal 4. I think that's where we're at. We just finished goal strategy 3.2, and we're going to move on to goal 4. The floor is yours.
Hello again. And I've been asked to move a little more quickly, so I'm not going to read everything on the slides, but of course, happy to take questions when we pause. So goal 4 is to address, I'm still on goal 3. Goal 4 is to address issues with mobile homes. And that includes one strategy 4.1. And there are a couple of actions in that strategy. They include financing opportunities for tiny homes and to create partnerships between local government organizations and outside organizations, and also to research resources for relocating existing low-income residents who are in unsafe housing. And that's it for goal 4. So any questions on this one?
We'll continue on and ask those once we finish.
Okay. Goal 5 has more to it than goals 3 and 4. It is to remove regulatory constraints and streamline processes to facilitate housing development. Strategy 5.1, which you can see on the screen, includes 5 actions. They include enhancing communication and access to information, conducting outreach with developers to see how difficult it is to get 9% tax credits for affordable housing projects, assessing whether offsite improvement requirements are needed for development and discuss impact fees, establishing a one-stop shop permitting process, and facilitating the use of categorical or statutory CEQA exemptions. Strategy 5.2 is one of the longest in the plan. It is the strategy that addresses regulatory barriers. And so I will try to quickly summarize some of the actions. So it does include amending zoning and land use designations, as we talked about earlier, to address some of the barriers identified. Working with local communities to identify criteria that will encourage mixed use and infill development, and establishing a mixed use infill combining district zone. Amending the zoning to reduce parking standards for multifamily dwellings. Updating the county accessory dwelling unit and junior accessory dwelling unit regulations. Streamlining housing development at the project level. Reviewing and revising zoning and land use to ensure allowable densities align. Amending zoning to revise specific zoning districts, again, to align densities. Identifying and considering other zoning code revisions to allow additional housing types in compatible zones. Potentially allowing tiny homes on wheels and amending the zoning to define how those are permitted. Amending the zoning to include a small lot ordinance, and including incentives in the zoning codes for projects with a mix of units, income levels, and making sure that phasing of types of units is spread out across a project's development. And that's it for the goals and strategies. Do we want to pause here, or should I cover the appendices before we pause?
You can cover the appendices.
Okay. So Appendix A is a summary of the community engagement. I'll move on. It does include an introduction, highlights of the community survey, summaries of the community meetings, stakeholders and housing specialists engagement, as well as local government engagement. The major themes for the input overall, with all of these different parts of the effort, were on insurance, wildfire, and other environmental concerns. Groups to focus on for providing housing and services, the types of housing needed in the county, where new housing should go and how it should be developed, improving existing homes and neighborhoods, ensuring that we have safe and sustainable housing in the county, economic development and housing, and then vacation homes and short-term rentals. Appendix B, as I mentioned earlier, is what we called the current conditions summary report. This is baseline demographic and regulatory information that was used to develop some of the recommendations and to inform what was included in the main body of the HAPE, and includes the following sections on the slide. And finally, Appendix C is much shorter than A and B, and it is the tables that go with the gaps analysis in the main body of the HAPE, and they are listed here. And that is the end of my portion of the presentation, so we'll pause there for questions.
Yes, sir. There. Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
So I have a bit of a list on this one. I'm going to start with for 5.1 in one of the action items. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sixth item. It's a fairly large paragraph. In there, it talks about, I'll just read the paragraph, increase access to land information, available development opportunities, including listings of sites for development with a robust set of information on each parcel. Available information will include key physical characteristics, applicable regulations, required public improvements, surrounding amenities, any known cultural or tribal issues. I don't think that's the right phrasing. I would say any matters of cultural or tribal importance, not issues. History is not an issue. Heritage is not an issue. It is just something we need to be mindful of. And so I'd like to change that phrasing so that when we approach it in a non-biased perspective. This feels like we're already aiming of this, you're being difficult, this is an issue, and I'm trying really hard to figure out how to break that mold. And so I would like to offer that change in there. On the other side, a little bit further on that last action bullet point, it says support tribal requests for transitioning tribal lands from title to trust to support efforts of tribes to building more housing. Absolutely support tribal housing, their efforts, but to have a blanket support fee to trust, I don't do that to the city of Lakeport. I don't do that to the city of Clear Lake. If they want to annex, I'm not going to say we want them to annex so they can build housing. Like there's a process there, and not everything is going to be seen as the same depending on what the property is. And so I don't think that should be a blanket support statement. Just like further on, it says that we should try and facilitate the use of categorical or statutory CEQA exemptions. I don't know that we want to necessarily facilitate it. I know it says whenever feasible, but again, projects have very specific ways to go through to be a project. I don't know that we need to highlight that we're going to try our best to always be CEQA exempt, because there's times where we're going to be hitting things that need to be reviewed in different ways. And so to me, that's a blanket statement of we don't get to make a statement on this public document. I don't feel comfortable making a blanket statement that we just want housing and we will say yes to what it is, because that's what it sounds like, this support for Feet of Trust for housing. Absolutely support the process. Each project is different. Each request is different, and don't support the facilitate the use of categorical exemptions for housing. I think we need to be purposeful and mindful that every project is different and not putting it on there. So that's one of my statements. I'm not interested in 5.2 of a by right process for more than 20 unit multifamily development. I think that's a pretty large development that requires a process and not a by right process. I've seen by rights go the wrong way, not specifically for housing, but I think there's the right way to do it is not to just make it by right. And then the tiny homes on wheels is a strange one to me that I am not super comfortable with. Again, my future vision is if we are seeing a huge amount of tiny homes on wheels happening, what does our future vision of our communities look like? And I think it's again, a piece of the solution, but I'm highlighting that is makes me uncomfortable. And then small lot standards, I don't know what that means, and I don't know what small lot is. Is that 100 by 50? Is it smaller than 100 by 50? And it doesn't really define it very well. And again, concerned by what that means and how that will be utilized.
Amy, can you answer to that lot size, please?
Yeah, it's really set by each jurisdiction that puts this kind of ordinance into place, but it is typically something smaller than what is required for that zoning district. So for example, if you had a low density single family zoning district, if the lot size was around 6,000 square feet, let's say, I don't have anything memorized for off the top of my head, then it would be smaller than that. And it would put into place, the way that a development could occur with those smaller lots, whether it needs to have clustering or, certain infrastructure considerations, that sort of thing. Usually they are seen as, they develop as I don't want to use the term subdivision necessarily because it might not be always that large, but this is larger than a couple units usually, and it's just allowing for more density in a way that's already acceptable to the jurisdiction, rather than just relying on state law.
Okay. And then in 5.2, you talk about incentives. I really love mixed income developments. I think that's the direction to go. That way we don't have segregated neighborhoods where that's where all the low income housing is. I don't like seeing that, and I'm seeing that. And so I hope that we can move towards that, and good that we're looking at creating incentives. But why not also incentives for those who want to build 50 homes at a time? Those are difficult to come by. I know of a project that has been discussed before, and just looking at why not incentivize to simplify the process of building that many homes per year, where if you want to build more than 10 houses, want to build more than at a time, then here are the incentives that we can apply. You look like you wanted to respond to that.
I just appreciate those comments. And when we look at making our county developer friendly, we can do a deeper dive into that and what those incentives options could be.
And so I appreciate that. And figure HAIP B6. I don't have the exact page number of where that is. It's a little further down in the document, but I struggle with the fact that my area is identified as high segregation and poverty, and it's the only one, and it's not very appealing. It's almost offensive. And so I would personally like to see that map go away. I don't know what its use is. And this is one of the reasons I'm asking for the cities to have a say on what this document is, because that is a very offensive map for me to look at. And I don't see a goal, though I hope it's implied within the whole document. But what is our goal for us to initiate contact with developers? We have developers that are in the community. We have developers that are building in Lakeport, that are building in just finishing over in Nice, and things like. Are we communicating and initiating contact ourselves, or are we waiting for I don't see that in there that says initiate contact with your asset list to really move and work on getting them, because getting them here is difficult. Once they're here, it's a whole lot easier to keep them here and keep them working, because then they don't have to move the whole entire team and figure that whole logistics out. And so we have people that are here currently doing work, and I don't see that as a goal or an action item specifically itself.
Did you want me to respond?
Please.
Do you have more?
I'm done.
Okay.
It goes along with the developer, having a developer-friendly atmosphere. We're looking at developer web pages and point of contact. And so all of those ideas are in there in order to keep those developers here. And we did do some extensive community engagement with several of the developers.
Okay.
All right. Continue.
Okay, and I'm going to now hand it off to my colleague Nicole West, who's going to present about the sites analysis part of the work that we've been doing.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today about the site analysis that we completed for the HAPE. It includes also the cities of Lakeport and Clear Lake. And in the interest of time, I'll try to be brief, but I'm also happy to answer any questions. We wanted to provide a resource that can be used to support the implementation of the HAPE goals and strategies that Amy described. And we also wanted to identify priority sites to focus efforts for encouraging housing production. Another benefit is that it provides the Community Development Department with several completed steps that are typically needed when preparing a site analysis for a housing element. So that'll help with the upcoming one. We had a suite of deliverables that we provided, including a summary report and several GIS-based resources. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the process that we went through. We started with basic information about all of the parcels in the county, including the cities. And then through GIS processes, we layered in additional information, including hazards and the types of housing allowed under zoning and general plan, and other information too, like you see on the screen. The result is that we're providing a data set that has been enriched so that each parcel is embedded with this additional information. To identify potential housing sites, it's important to know whether or not a site has already been developed. However, comprehensively reliable information on site vacancy was not available for this analysis. And that's why all of the sites that are identified as housing sites or priority sites are prefaced with the word potential. Actual site vacancy status should be confirmed with additional sources of information. Next slide, please. Several other criteria are also important for identifying potential housing sites, as you see here on the screen. Sites that are suitable for single family or multifamily development were identified. And then we applied additional criteria to identify sites that we think should be prioritized. We also applied a set of criteria to identify sites that would be suitable and possibly prioritized for housing if they are rezoned in the future. And none of those include any agriculture or open space sites. They all currently allow commercial or industrial uses. Let's go to the next slide. So based on the GIS analysis, there are numerous sites that are potentially appropriate for each of these categories. And I provided Lisa and her team with a summary memo that has the details about exactly which criteria was applied to categorize all of these sites, as you see here. But this is a very optimistic starting point with a lot of land resources. And once the data continues to be refined to get more accurate vacancy data in there, you will hopefully still have a pretty good selection of sites that are available. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So I'm now going to talk about the web map that we provided and explain how to use the web map. A PDF of this portion of the presentation slides will be available soon on the county's administrative website. So this is what it looks like when you arrive there. And then next slide, please. So one of the key places to start, I circled in red in the upper left. If you click on that, you get this menu of instructions, and this is helpful information about how to use the web map. You might want to use it in another browser so you can view it side by side as you're using the web map. We wish that there was a way to have a link in it that would launch these instructions, but that just isn't possible with this application. And you could also have the option of copying and pasting the information into a Word file. And so as you use the instructions, you can scroll down for multiple different types of information there. Next slide, please. So there's, in the upper left, you have the option of seeing what the map legends looks like, as well as what layers are used, and using the filter menu by clicking on those tabs that are circled in the upper left. There's 4 bubbles in the upper right that launch different menus. They have a select. I'll explain a little bit more about these two on slides coming up. The tools include selecting parcels and the parcel list, how to export these parcels, and how to use the bookmarks. So once you do have some site information in the pane on the right, you can see that there's a lot of different types of information that you can display about the selected parcels, and you scroll down to access all of those different categories of information. Next slide, please. So the map starts at a countywide scale, and you can zoom in and out with the scrolling wheel on your mouse. And then there's the home icon that I circled towards the top of the page, and you can use that at any time to return to the countywide scale. The map starts with all parcels outlined in yellow, and then when filters are applied, only the filtered parcels are shown in yellow outlines, and then the other parcel lines disappear. The bookmarks menu in the upper right can be used to zoom into one of these areas on the map or to go to the countywide scale. Next slide, please. So one way to locate parcels is by using the search bar, you see circled in the top left. You can start entering any address or APN there, and it will come up with hits that match what you enter. And then you can hit the little magnifying glass and it'll find that parcel, but it doesn't automatically zoom right to it, even though it found it for you. To zoom to it, you have to go up to the third bubble on the right up at the top, which is export, and then drop down that menu and you'll have the option to zoom to that parcel. Next slide, please. So using the filters, this is a key part of this web map. And so it's good to explain here how they work. On the right side along the filter menu, see where the first arrow is pointing? That's the button to toggle the filters on and off. And then some of the filters have a drop down where you can select certain items as well. It's important to note that when more than one filter is used, only the parcels that meet all criteria are shown. And the drop downs will only display the menu items that are available for the parcels on the screen. So if you zoomed in real close and opened one of these drop downs, it might not have all of the selections. And so you'll want to zoom back out so that you see all the selections. And it's important to note that this application has a lot of data, and so it does take an extra few seconds for it to process. Once you set the filter, just give it a minute, and then things will start to appear on the screen. And then you can click that arrow in the circle at the bottom at any time to reset all of the filters. Next slide, please. Okay, so selecting parcels. When filters are applied, it affects what parcels are visible, but it doesn't automatically select them. But you can still do a lot with the visible parcels. So to select them, though, you go to that bubble on the left and drop down the menu with the select tool and toggle that select tool on and off to be able to select a group of parcels. And then the data on the selected parcels will appear on the right. And really, you know, getting familiar with this site, just by going in and playing with things, you'll pick it up, I think, pretty quickly if you just don't be afraid to play around with it and open things and see what they do. Next slide, please. So the parcel list is populated on the right there with that second bubble. When you drop down the second bubble, it will show you what parcels are visible on the screen at that time. You have to definitely allow a few seconds, again, for this list to fully populate. So it takes a little bit of a patience since there's just so much data here that it's sifting through. The selected parcels are shown with gold borders in the parcel list. And at the bottom, there's a count that shows you the number of selected parcels and the number of filtered parcels that are visible on the map at the moment. And remember, zooming in or out will affect what parcels are listed here. It will only list the ones that are visible on the map at any given moment. Next slide, please. So the way then to create something useful from this that you can carry forward and get information in an Excel format, you can go to that export bubble up there in the top corner. And again, allow a few extra seconds for it to populate. And you can use the drop-down menu to export the data to a CSV, which is compatible with Excel. And the count at the bottom is going to show you the number of selected parcels and the total number of filtered parcels. And that's what will appear on your Excel export as well. Next slide, please. Oh, that was everything. I'm happy to answer questions.
All right. I'm not seeing any as of now. I just wanted to circle back to something I think that, and I don't know, if, I wanted to first appreciate what was brought up by Supervisor Sabatier about the verbiage. But I wanted to highlight, I think, and I might have heard you wrong, but when we were talking about tribal trust to support efforts to build more housing, you were saying each project is different when it comes to housing, or each project is different when it comes to just projects in general outside of that?
I would say that it's the same thing. Every project is different and every housing development is slightly different depending on the parcel, the location, and everything else. And just like we've had approvals from the Planning Commission and we've denied projects when it comes in as an appeal to us, putting any blanket statement of we support doing fee to trust and these housing projects where we support them moving forward with the process of doing housing projects, but there's certain aspects that I don't think a blanket statement of support, because it's the same thing as I said in Lakeport when they wanted to do an annexation. We had like a decade's fight of tax changes and things like that, and I just don't think it should be a blanket statement for any jurisdiction to do a project, or we support them doing their own thing, but we don't just support them with that any project.
Okay. Yeah, because I was just thinking about the housing. Just I'm liking that it's just referring to housing, if you will, like projects with feet of trust to housing. I know that there's also a different, I want to say, housing facilities, or not trailer parks, but like I know at Blue Lakes they have that little cottage village that the Hebimital tribe had. Yeah, and that's in fee status, you know, so it's currently there's taxes paid on it. I know that Robinson has some properties in Clear Lake, and then even in Lakeport for a senior facility. And I think what's important to add to that is, and I appreciate your comment, it's just that the more that the tribes can purchase or implement these, regardless if it's trust or fee, in essence, it takes away some of the stock that's needed for anyone else that's looking. I think a lot of times when the tribe can use their funding, and it would be really great once we can get these connections for the funding sources that can get, because they have their own housing authorities and housing agencies when it comes to internal tribal governments. So it gives that opportunity for them to get their standardized tenants in, and then so it doesn't really seem like it would be a problem to support that as a blanket statement. I think for anything else, it's a different story, especially when it's fee status. But when it comes to trust, it doesn't really hurt anything, and usually we can make our comments when that trust application comes to the board. So I see what you're saying. I just don't see it similarly. That's all.
And I appreciate your comment, and my hope and desires in the future is that our housing trust fund can incorporate not just the 2 cities in the county, because this is a county-wide little c, not big C, issue when it comes to housing, and we all need to work together to figure out how best to manage the funding that is available to make those things happen.
All right. Thanks. Any other comments from the board or anything else to add, or should I go with the public now?
There is a next step section as well.
Oh, she said she was
Very
finished.
short. It's actually for myself. I just wanted to highlight that the Housing Action and Implementation Plan is like a playbook. It is options. They are working with our community and our partners, and just like any playbook, we may not use every play in it, but it gives us an arsenal to look at what's been done in other counties, what's been successful, and how we can apply that here when it makes sense. In our current climate, we have a lot of changes happening, even just in the last week with housing, and new laws and things like that. So we need to build a pivot. The housing, the HAPE itself is supposed to be a living document. And I just wanted to emphasize that it is not something to put on the shelf and collect dust. It is something that, as your board would like, we amend as we see opportunities, we pivot and change. I think it's really critical for us to have that approach for housing. And I just wanted to make sure that was emphasized. And then for our next steps, just briefly, I know we're running out of time here, but we have a kind of a 1 to 5 year timeline, 6 to 10, and many of these are ongoing as well. We'd love to see in the upcoming year, as Nicole pointed out, the sites analysis is here. There's more work to be done on it from a local level. We'd like to continue doing that. Many conversations already about creating a developer-friendly portal, web pages, everything that we need to do to put that, out there that we are a developer-friendly county and that we want to invite more housing. I think we can all agree on that. And then lastly, we are also looking at a rehabilitation program, because there's such a high need out there with code enforcement out there, and looking at safety and health hazards, as well as simple things like ADA, and that maybe where places like Build and things like that can also step in. And we're just looking overall with our partners in the community so that we can all work together to attain these housing goals. Thank Thank you.
All right. And I think one thing I neglected to mention was in the next steps, right before it ended, we have the near-term housing goals, senior housing, workforce housing, all those listed. I really think it's imperative that we either pass or work on passing a rent stabilization ordinance. I know that there's two sides to that, but I know it'll support this. And then also I know the short-term rental. I know that the treasure tax collector is working on that, but there are some things that could really help in that capacity when it comes to those two issues. So, go ahead.
I just want to summarize some of my comments because I've made a lot throughout this presentation, but I really want to thank you. I want to thank admin. I want to thank CDD because this has been a priority for a long time. We have been operating without a plan and without a guide. And like you said, this gives us options. These are opportunities they're potential opportunities. We don't have to do everything in here. But it does bring the jurisdictions together in a cohesive way, and I'm glad that we're going to get to hear from our city manager here, and look forward to hearing from the city of Clear Lake too, because it does need to be collaborative. What we're doing here is developing a guide, bringing partners together, identifying potential leads, because some of these are not going to be led by the county. Some of these will potentially be public-private partnerships. And having a plan is the first step to getting funding and implementation. So here we are. This is the first step. We've been waiting a year, I guess, for this plan, but many years to really get to this point. So I just want to acknowledge that this has been a huge effort to get here. So thank you, everyone, for working on it. I have some goals that I would like to see strengthened in this document. And that is, like we talked about yesterday, is just starting off the bat, like, we need to be climate adaptive. We need to be fire adaptive. We need to have that language in. We need to have that as a priority because that's our reality moving forward. We need to have insurable communities. And with that, we have to have infrastructure. And with that, we have to have hardened homes, hardened communities. We have to take, a very close look at codes and, zone zeros coming out. We know that works. There's a lot of, I think, collaboration that's going to happen between CDD and admin on this. Like when I drive around and I see newly rebuilt neighborhoods and I see wooden fences linking all the houses, I'm like, what are we doing? So I really want to take a hard look at what we need to be incorporating in our communities for resiliency. And not just fires, we've got floods, we've got lots of weather, we've got heat and cold events, and we want to make sure that our residents are living in homes that meet the needs for climate events. And we need to make it easy and affordable. Like, if we do all of this and we're not making it easy and affordable, then we're wasting our time. Because as Supervisor Owen mentioned, we have people that cannot move forward in homes that they need to build, in homes that they need to retrofit. So I know that those are lofty goals, but here we are right now making our plan. And I think that those are really important goals for us to align to. We have to be able to make this easy and affordable at the end of the day, everything that we do. So thank you. I'm excited for the beginning. I want to hear from the public. I want to get the input. I want to update the draft. I want to keep this as a living document. And I want to start working towards implementation on some of these opportunities that have been identified.
Supervisor Sabatier?
May I paraphrase your goal to maybe incentivize fire adaptive development, just to try and decrease the potential cost and incentivize to do so? Because I don't know about making it a specific goal in the sense that, like you mentioned, right now, if we do nothing and just make it a goal, it may not be affordable to a lot of people trying to develop. But if we try to find ways to incentivize it, then we might be able to move towards that.
we're seeing this demonstrated in real time in the home hardening program. So we have NCO out there taking what Zone 0 and other regulations are coming down from the state and finding materials that are cost effective and that work. And so we have our own living laboratory right here. So we just need to really dig deep into what's happening here, know that there are options, know that you don't have to have the wood fence come right up to your house, that there's all these other options, and just really start prioritizing that. And I don't know what it looks like. I just think we need to have it as a goal. And if incentivize is the language that you want to use, I'm okay with that. But I just want to make sure that it's in front of us and a goal that we're working towards, so that as we make changes, we're not setting ourselves back and putting our residents and our communities in a worse place.
Supervisor Owen?
I don't mind seeing the incentives or encouragements. What I don't want to see is government restricting with it. Putting more regulation and more requirements that are, if we're helping them achieve these goals, that would be amazing, as long as it is not costing the people more money, is what I'm here to try to speak up for those that are struggling to get something built, to get their own house, to get their own place. I just don't want to make it more costly, more difficult for them to achieve this.
All right. Any other comments before I open to the public? Good. All right, if there's anyone from the public that would like to comment, please come to the microphone, and we'll give you 3 minutes.
My name is Kate Schmidt-Hopper. Thank you for letting me speak. Boy, you guys did a lot of work. I do want to acknowledge that's a lot. It's a big document. It's 400 pages. I'm afraid I only got through the first 100, but I'm going to keep reading. It's good stuff. And Maria, it's nice to have you here as well. Thank you for everyone for letting me speak. I had a few little triggers that went off for me as in the part that I read and as it was being reread. I'm not sure what agriculturally oriented means, so I would like that to be explained if you could. I'm afraid that is that worker housing specific, or is it something else? Because I join Sharon Zoller and others in the ag community where it's very important to protect our agricultural soils. So you don't want to build housing over important food growing soil. So that needs to be kept in mind. I appreciated the fact that there were parts in this document that addressed temporary housing or short-term rentals and Airbnb and VRBO sorts of housing. I think that some of our rental stock has been lost to that. People want to buy a house and they want to rent it as an Airbnb. They have that right in the United States, but it does impact rental housing. And so it's just something to keep in mind if there's an ordinance that can be placed on that. Or some sort of limitation. And then my final comment is currently there is not any ordinance that requires clearing of properties that don't have a dwelling on them. And that is part of the problem with empty lots that have nothing built. And I don't know if there's a way, once again, that supervisors can change that and create an ordinance so that property owners, absentee property owners, are required to clear lots or are required to clear lots that were a building burned, and that they need to be mitigated for the hazardous materials that are on there, and that they're just left the way they are. So those were some of the questions that came up for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Kevin Ingram, City Manager with the City of Lakeport. First, a big thank you to Lisa and the Community Development team. The regional planning aspect to this document has been very helpful. I mean, housing by far is a regional issue. It's not just, it doesn't really care about the lines that are sitting out there. And I would just kind of point into that we have a number of other kind of regional planning efforts going on too that I think pair very well. And I think that's definitely been a strength that we've had over the past couple of years to try and integrate a lot of these things together. Right off the top, the climate adaptation study that's going on, the emergency evacuation related stuff. Once again, these all kind of dovetail very nicely together into these pieces that are really regional issues. With that said, I really like Lisa's aspect of it. I think I kind of summarize this up to kind of a playbook of pieces. There's going to be certain elements of this that are going to play really well for a certain project, but maybe not for another one. As Supervisor Sabatier said, each project is very unique. It's got geographical differences that present it challenges, whether or not certain infrastructure is available there, or if you're bringing that in to that site, that obviously changes the overall cost of different pieces. So I think this really kind of has a really nice broad spectrum to kind of look at these things a little differently. I would say the kind of area of improvement that might need to, it's implied throughout everywhere, but I don't know, maybe it needs to be a little bit more direct. I kind of heard Supervisor Owen kind of allude to this, that almost all of these things that really come down to cost in some sort of sense. And I would broaden that even to being just, it's economic more than anything. I started my career in this building up on the 3rd floor, and I stood at that counter all day for 2 years straight, processing single-family residential home construction in the early 2000s over and over again, and then 4 o'clock would roll around and a big packet would come up from the South Lake office and we'd throw all those on the conference room table. We were building housing left and right with essentially the same zoning ordinance and standards that we have right now. What's the difference? It's the economy. There should be a line at my door in Lakeport, and I'm sure at the county and in the city of Clear Lake as well. From a simple supply and demand aspect, we've been sitting at almost zero inventory for 5 or 6 years, both on the rental and the new construction side. And I can count on one hand the number of single family homes that we've constructed in the city of Lakeport. So a lot of this is economic, and it kind of runs outside of what this plan can and cannot control. So my kind of suggestion is to, I think our lobbying effort does need to be increased. There are a number of subsidies and state, money going after housing right now. They keep saying it's their highest and number one priority. However, I think a lot of it is very urban centric. Lots of subsidies going for transient-oriented development and these other big sort of things that just don't fit our area very well. The only housing that we have been successful in building over the past 10 years is very highly subsidized, apartment-type dwellings, for various special housing user groups, whether those be low-income, senior housing and such. And those are needed. But they're only one piece of the puzzle. But the incentives aren't there for some of these other pieces that we need, like workforce housing, starter home, pieces. So I think that would be kind of one of my suggestions to kind of strengthen that lobbying effort. A big one that stands on is, we have been without a owner-occupied rehab program for nearly a decade. That's mostly been an issue of staffing at the city. We've kind of focused a lot of our effort in working with some of these developers who are building some of those programs. We only have so much capacity with our limited staff, but walking through my neighborhoods in Lakeport, and I think this is emblematic of anywhere else you go in the county as well. The biggest issue that I see, in addition to the need of new housing, is our existing housing is, I hate to say it, rotting in place. Most of the housing in Lakeport, and I think this goes countywide, kind of dates back to the 60s and the 70s. That's nearly 50, 60 years old at this point. Anybody that has to deal with a home on a regular basis, that new construction, it's great. Then 5 years, you're talking about doing little things, 10 years, you got other fixtures. But once you get into that kind of 50-year time frame, you're talking about bigger pieces. 20 years, you're talking roofing, other things like that. But you get into some of those more structural elements, and the cost of those. I mean, I think you can kind of see just the cost of what it costs to change a roof 10 years ago. It's astronomically higher now, and that goes for a lot of these other improvements. And there's a lot of folks in our community, a vast number of them, that are struggling with those pieces. And if you don't do those roofing replacements, those weatherization pieces, the basic fixtures, they become really big problems over time. So I know from the city's perspective, the biggest piece that we have, I think, is that goal 3 or 4, our rehabilitation effort. I understand Supervisor Spatier's concern there. We don't want to be just throwing money to people who already have housing and pieces and then neglecting our programming for folks that are struggling who don't even have a house. I get that sort of concern, but I think we are going to be in a real world of hurt if we don't address that existing housing stock sort of piece. To kind of further, lastly, I think one of the big efforts that we're looking at is lobbying at the state level. That owner-occupied rehab, because we are a non-entitlement community where we have to compete for all of our CDBG money. We don't just get handed that money in 5-year blocks like some of our bigger entities. We're stuck competing and dealing in the 1,000 paper cuts that we're dealing with all the time. We've been working in the city of Lakeport, and I know it's been a controversial project out there at Westside Park, the Parkside apartments that are being constructed. I have personally been working on that project for 10 years. Whether you like it or you're not, that's just way too long for 60 units. And then you get into the aspect of on the financing side, when you break down the costs, and that's a large project that's being subsidized very heavily, when you break down the cost of that program, it comes out to about $700,000 per unit. It's ridiculous. For 64 units that are quote unquote affordable, it's $700,000 per unit. And I mean, that's, there needs to be something done on that sort of piece. So I kind of would it's implied throughout the document. And we are doing it. I know the county is doing it with their state and federal lobbyists. We're doing it, through our work at Cal Cities. But I think maybe whether that's in goal 5 on that piece, kind of maybe making that more directly in there, that there needs to be an appreciation at the state level specifically that rural is different, our housing needs are different, that the subsidy stack that kind of prioritizes projects that aren't really hitting our need. And as such, we have a lot of other needs that are going unmet. So I tried to cover a lot of pieces in there. I'm happy to answer any questions, but really, more than anything, appreciative of this. I think, like Lisa said, this is a playbook that we can utilize in a lot of different efforts going forward.
Thanks, Kevin. Supervisor Sabatier?
Just a brief question about whether or not this needs to pass through your city council, just to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, I was talking with Lisa at the break in regards to that. I think there's an opportunity with this plan and also the work that's going on with the Housing Trust Fund. I know we've just developed some admin guidelines that I think there's an opportunity to combine those in. We're also doing our own housing needs study through some CDBG funding so that we can, it seems a little ridiculous because this is covering a lot of those pieces already, but it's part of the game you have to play. We need to have that local plan as well to be able to compete for other monies as well. But I mean, they tie in really well together. So I do think there's a good opportunity to have this presented at the council level as well. I think it'll be very well received.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment? Come on up.
Good morning, supervisors. Margot Kambara, Lake County resident. I have a general comment and 5 specific comments. First, housing experts and economists say that an increase in affordable housing supply is a good solution. Oh, I'm sorry, to the housing crisis. HAPE cites community surveys conducted for the county's general plan update. The surveys show broad support for increasing affordable housing in the county. Increasing the affordable housing supply is a good solution if it is accessible to county residents. New housing that becomes short-term rentals or second homes that are vacant for part of the year does not solve the county's housing shortage, as Supervisor Sabatier observed. HAPE's proposed use of incentives to encourage mixed income development and long-term rentals of second homes should include a Plan B if incentives aren't enough to increase the supply of affordable housing available to middle and low-income residents. Now, specific comments. First, senior housing. HAPE identified senior housing as near-term priority, yet exploring mobile home alternatives is a mid-term priority 6 to 10 years out. HAPE recognizes that a high percentage of seniors' homes are mobile or manufactured homes. Some seniors with limited resources may not be able to wait 6 to 10 years out for alternatives to mobile home park owners, increasing rents and fees without oversight. Suggestion: move up mobile home solutions in priority to near term to support the senior housing effort. Another suggestion: county, perhaps with grants, could purchase or repurpose land it owns for affordable housing. Some municipalities own the land and the prospective homeowner owns a structure on the municipality's parcel. This reduces the cost of home ownership to the prospective homeowner. For residents in the mobile home parks who are at risk of being priced out of their homes, county-owned land available to serve as a mobile home park could offer relief. Perhaps a county-owned mobile home park could be converted to a tiny home village for the benefit of mobile home residents, as HAPE suggests. Mobile homeowners should be consulted about their wishes. HAPE makes an excellent suggestion. Mobile homeowners should be given first right of refusal to purchase mobile home parks when available for sale. But mobile homeowners will need assistance to coordinate and collect financial resources for such a purpose. HAPE's outreach to seniors and mobile and manufactured homeowners should inform them of this option. Second specific comment, I'm out of time.
Yeah, you can wrap it up.
Well, I appreciate the effort giving this serious subject attention. I would like to say that the effort for outreach was very good for the beginning of this effort. We could have gone to the finish line a little stronger. Presentation to the General Plan Advisory Committees, local area plans, and to the Agricultural Advisory Committee would have made it even stronger avenue for public input. Thank you.
All right, come on up.
Good morning, I'm Tom Slade. This would be more like a point of order. That gentleman that spoke, I was really impressed with him. And he had a lot of important things to say that I certainly didn't know. Made a very good impression on me, and I think he went way over 3 minutes. I don't know if we still have that 3 minutes, but I think that's why we shouldn't have a 3-minute rule. What he said was really important, and I just thought I would bring that up. I don't know if that rule still exists or not, but I think people should have the time to say whatever it is they have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
If the city is looking for a city manager, I think he should look for that job.
I think we just got it started, so make sure that it keeps going from there. All right, any other comments? Would you like to come up and finish if you had more, or? Yes.
I think you made
We'll keep it to like a minute or so, but I know you had more, and Mr. Slate brought up a good point. And I don't see anyone else coming up, so.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate your consideration. Continuing, specific comment 2, HAPE sees a need for smaller housing units. here's a suggestion. Consider co-housing as a potential solution for senior housing, assisted living, or transitional housing. Comment 3, Supervisor Sabatier's reluctance for a blanket, quote, facilitation for a CEQA exemption, end quote, is reasonable. And it's very sound. It could prevent, it could prevent future litigation. Fourth comment, HAPE proposes the use of fire-resistant building materials, workforce training, and mini manufacturing of homes, use of infill and vacant downtown properties for housing. These are promising ideas. Bravo. Fifth comment, outreach. This I touched on before. These are important ideas, important plans that are being presented to you today. It deserves greater community input. And I strongly suggest or recommend that this final draft be presented to other community groups. They have been asked for their input, but they have not been offered the opportunity to comment on the final draft. And these are very good ideas, but again, it would be even better with more community input. Thank you.
I was reading through because that was one of the concerns that I had brought up, or not brought up, but I thought of, but I seen in the report that there was engagement with GPAC, the general plan, and then also the town councils. And so just wanted to make sure that that was emphasized. I don't know if you can elaborate more on that, but I just wanted to make sure, because I know that there was some emails that I received as well, but I had referred them or deferred them to the document where it showed that layout of the discussions and whatnot. I remember being there. It was like 23 and 24 here and there. So just wanted to highlight that. Did you want to come up and speak? Come on up.
Tom Lasik, thank you, board. Just real quick, I want to echo support for what Supervisor Pyska mentioned about putting goals about climate adaptability and fire adaptability. Whether we have it as an incentive or otherwise, I think that truly needs to be emphasized. It was also mentioned, we have difficulty getting insurance because, we don't have the infrastructure for that. So I think those things are critical. I personally live in an area where my road's not 4290 compliant. And even though my home is stone, stucco, and steel with, concrete and everything else around it, I couldn't get insurance. They canceled my insurance. It's a real issue. The scenario where the county can make a difference so that when we do development, we take those things into consideration and not repeat the same things that we've seen before, like the fences and the wood. I still see that in the building codes, and it doesn't make sense in this day and age. So I do support emphasizing making houses and the land more fire resilient and making our community more fire adaptable. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment on Zoom? Come on up.
Hello, my name is Derek Fiedler. I'm the program manager for the Build program. Just wanted to say thank you so much to Lisa and the team. I know you've been at this for many years, and this is a wonderful resource, a great start. And I just had a question for clarification. At the very beginning, there was a data point that said 150 houses built per year. I just was seeking clarity if this was actual numbers from previous years or if this is projected. And I'm really curious, what were the actual, how many new homes did we build last year or the year before? Thank you.
Did anyone want to answer or we want? Okay, please unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. My name is Angela Amaral. As another member of the public mentioned, the HAPE document was over 400 pages, and I haven't had a chance to get through it completely yet. So please forgive me if these are answered in that document. I have a few questions on strategy 1.8, increasing housing for seniors. I didn't see a mention of that it works to reduce instances of senior mobile home parks being converted to all ages parks to protect senior mobile home owners. Perhaps this is better suited as an element of the stabilization mentioned by Supervisor Crandall, but I wanted to ask if it would be suitable under strategy 1.8 as well. And then some clarification on strategy 4.1. It says update mobile home parks or replace them with affordable non-mobile home units for the tenants. My question is, would the mobile home owners become the owners of the replacement non-mobile home units, or would they be paid fair market value for their current mobile homes? And then, is the HAP parcel map live now? If so, what is the web address? And my last thing would be, I would like to offer, support from the MACs. I know our MAC in the East Region, we have local mailing lists, a website, social media that can be utilized to spread information. So please use that resource whenever you need. We're more than happy to spread the word around our district. Thank you.
Thank you. And anyone else on Zoom? Anyone else from the public, just in case? I know that I brought it back too early and then one came up. If not, I'll close public comment. Any final comments? There you go.
Maria, did you happen to have the numbers that Mr. Derek Fiedler had asked about for 2024, 2023 on the homes built?
I have sent an email upstairs for staff to get back to me on that one.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Brad?
Yes, thank you. Well, first, I want to appreciate staff for all the work. I know this is an extensive process, and I think because we need a plan, we need to get moving. It's been in the works for a while. We need to get it going, but since it's a living document, I think we can still continue to analyze public feedback that continues to come in and bring back anything to the board as needed for adjustments. I'd also like to see us seeing an update on this at least once a year at a minimum, so that we can, if it doesn't come sooner because there's something that comes in that we need to address. And I think we can continue to do outreach in the community. I know there's been comments, and I've received some too, that, there's a lot to go through, and some people may have missed, some of the public meetings, but I think we can do outreach, maybe be at some of the bigger events that are publicly available and have this plan there and answer questions about it. So, but otherwise, I think we need to get something in place and then, continue to work on it. There's always going to be questions that continue to come up, or changes in, things that happen at the state or the federal level. So, thank you.
Were you gonna go ahead?
Yeah, just wanted to, a couple of things that came up since the last time I spoke. It'd be nice to get a definitions section to help define specific things. Like I had a question about small lots. I mean, that's easy to, that was not my definition of small lots. And so I think a definition section would be really helpful. There was another question about agricultural environment or whatever it was. So that there, we haven't necessarily discussed directly the impact of fees. There are fire fees, there are school fees, and I've been trying to bring up the issue of fees. And I hope that within one of those goals, if not, we should put it in there on how to create incentives in a reduction of fees. Because if fire districts are going to benefit from getting, money from build outs but not benefit because our fees are too high and there's no build outs. There's got to be a sweet spot where people can actually make more money by incentivizing the production of homes. And so I think overall fees, whether it's water, whether it's sewer, whether it's electrical, whatever all those other fees are for bringing in the infrastructure, connecting and all those things, that has a massive impact because it's a large percentage of our value of the homes, a much smaller proportion of the value of a home in other counties surrounding us where the house values are higher. And so that's where we find ourselves frustrated and having difficulties in creating these developments. So I'd love to make sure, is it already within the idea of creating the incentives that those are the fees we're talking about, or does that need to be separately looked into or added?
I think that's one of the strategies that we would look to for incentives and do a deeper dive into that.
Okay. Then I just have some things that I highlighted that I would like to personally make a request that we make those changes. The first one is this would be more direction, but because this would be regarding the Housing Trust Fund, which this is going to be the guidelines for the Housing Trust Fund, that if the trust fund is utilized, that short-term rental and seasonal home are limited in the aspect of you can't turn that into a short-term rental if you're going to be using our trust fund. I would like to see those changes that we talked about on 5.1, instead of saying known cultural and tribal issues, be in my conversation with Chair Crandall, change it to known matters of cultural and tribal importance. And I'd like to make a request for HAIP-B6 to be deleted from there because that map, again, in my opinion, is offensive. And those are my requests. See if the board agrees with those requests.
Supervisor Pyska?
So do you want those incorporated before we adopt? Or can we adopt today and give direction to make changes because it's a living document? And I do agree with Vice Chair Rasmussen, like we should adopt this and continue to make changes because I don't think that there's a reason to wait and bring this back and then adopt it.
Well, I think some of those changes can be done right now. The tribal one, that's easy. That's already, I think the wording is correct. And the deletion of HAIP-B6, that's an easy one as well. And as far as the housing trust, maybe that's something that can be brought back at a later time because right now we're not utilizing those funds, and so that could come back at a later time. And I'm trying to figure out where to place the request from Supervisor Pyska. And I think the only way to do it is potentially just a brand new goal rather than within one of the goals that already
That's what
exists.
I was going to speak to.
I was trying to figure out where to place it.
Yeah, no, that's what I wanted to know, if you were okay with making some of those changes today, adopting going forward, and then we can give direction for an update to include some of the changes that I talked about around climate adaptability. And then the other request I made early on, a couple of hours ago, was a different goal for post-disaster planning. And that's going to take time, so we don't have to do that today.
Go ahead, Susan.
Obviously.
Thank you, Chair. Today, what I would recommend, so we can just add some of the changes, bring it back next Tuesday. As much as I'd love to go forward, I'd feel a little bit more comfortable because it wasn't listed as an action item, that we bring it back next Tuesday. We'll put it on consent, and we'll lose only a week. So.
Okay, but is there direction to go forward with these other goals that I've brought?
I'm good with it too, especially if the wording is incentivizing and not just mandating or whatever the case might be.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
And then,
And also the post-disaster planning. I think we need to have that as a goal, and that is going to take some time.
all right, so everyone's good with these changes? And
I
these
am.
adjustments? And then the last one, the ones that Supervisor Sabatier brought up, those would be included, or you said that those could be implemented in a future date, is what you said, or?
Well, if we're
Make
bringing
the
it back
changes and bring it back Tuesday and put it on
Okay,
consent.
there we go. All right. You said HIP B6 table, household size?
Let me double check. HAIP-B6. That's a figure HAIP-B6.
Okay.
Just quickly, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
did we also have consensus to have this come back at least once a year?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. All right, if that's it, then we just need action. And do you want to help us with the action for that?
We don't have action because we're bringing it back next week.
No?
The item was noticed today as a presentation only. It was not noticed as an action item. You can
Says
certainly give.
recommended
There's action
action,
on the
yeah.
on the
Does
memo.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says adopt or approve.
Says adopt the implementation.
Okay, then if it is presented as an action item, you can certainly adopt today with the amendments that you have agreed on, or you can direct staff to make the changes and have them bring it back.
Looks like that's what we're going to do.
That's what we did.
We'll direct them to give changes, and we'll do it at the next meeting, right? Everyone's okay?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for all the hard work on this and for the presentation. And we will look for this to come in the near future. And then we will take a 5-minute break and come back for our 4.3. All right, welcome back. We are going to move on to our, whoa, 1 second. Let me get my Granicus pulled up because, there we go. Or I legislate. Come on. All right. Our 4.3 addendum, consideration of an update on the Cobb Area Road Rehabilitation Project, 2024 Pavement Rehabilitation Project, and possible direction to staff to modify the agreement between the County of Lake and Argonaut Constructors for the 2024 Pavement Rehabilitation Project to include asphalt paving for roads previously planned to be double chip sealed at an estimated additional cost of $1,100,000. Interim Public Works Director Lars Ewing.
All right. Good morning. Lars Ewing, Interim Public Works Director. First off, I appreciate the addition of this item on the agenda. As your board is aware, construction is currently underway for what we're calling the Cobb Road Project, officially the 2024 Pavement Rehabilitation Project, which is reconstruction and repairs of about 16 miles of roads up in the Cobb area. A few weeks ago, and this just as a brief intro, I'll go into some background soon, but a few weeks ago, concerns were raised through a variety of different sources about the type of repairs for quite a few of the roads in the project, and ultimately that led me and others, ultimately me presenting here, to make the decision to pause the project and come to your board to ensure that we're moving ahead as appropriately. So for a little bit further background on the project, in July of 2024, your board approved the plans and specifications, basically the working drawings for the project. It had an estimate of about $8.9 million, and it was funded through SB1, which I believe your board is familiar with SB1. In January of 2025, so about 6 months later, the Public Works Department put the project out to bid, and 3 months later, in April of this year, your board awarded the construction contract to Argonaut. And then in June, early June, construction started. So that at that point, work was progressing, and to be quite honest, the work had progressed up until there were some concerns. Before I talk about the concerns, I think it's important to take a moment to just talk about the two general road repair methods that are included in this project. First, the roads themselves are the majority of them are local, what are classified as local roads. There are some minor collectors, specifically Sulphur Creek, Harrington Flat, Hoburg, and Summit, but the majority of the roads are local roads. The repair methods that are proposed are two general differences. One is pulverizing or grinding up the existing road, reshaping it, compacting it, and placing asphalt on top, either 2.5 inches or 3 inches of asphalt, or grinding, reshaping, compacting, and placing a chip seal on top, specifically a double chip seal. So we're talking about gravel and oil mix. So the combination of those two were all the local roads either received asphalt or double chip seal, and that's really where the issue came about is the concern of the double chip seal. At that point, I paused the contract after the first layer of chips were placed so that we could reevaluate. And I want to pause now to just take a moment to talk about the design. Nichols Consulting Engineers, who I believe is on Zoom, they were the design engineer for the project. They prepared the plans in consultation with Public Works staff, and they are renowned pavement design experts. Their goal in their pavement design report that was attached to the board memo, the goal was to provide a well-performing, smooth-riding pavements in a cost-effective manner within the desired budget of the county. Now, I'm not privy to the communications that occurred between former Public Works staff and NCE, but ultimately those communications resulted in the plans that were prepared and put out to bid. NCE is on Zoom. They're available to answer any questions. I was not planning on having them present, but if you have more technical design questions, they're certainly available. Also to talk about the actual construction, Argonaut Construction, they are building the project per plan. This is not an issue with construction quality. It's being inspected by a third party, and from a construction quality perspective, they are building the project per plan. So the issue is more about the selection of road repair, specifically the double chip seal on some of these roads. The concerns led me to talk to road maintenance staff. Your road superintendent is here, Jim Hale. He expressed the same concerns about the placement of chip seal over just specifically considering the nature of these roads. And I want to pause for a second just to talk about chip seal in general. Your board may be familiar with that term. Your road crew performs chip seals on roads just about every year. They're preparing roads right now in other areas of the county to place chip seals. The difference there is that their chip seals, that's a surface treatment on existing paved surfaces. They are doing some minor repairs, localized repairs. In some cases, placing a leveling course to improve the ride surface, and then placing a chip seal as a pavement preservation goal. Quite a bit different than grinding up a road, reshaping it, and then placing gravel directly on that reshaped road. And so the only reason I bring that up is that people will hear chip seal, and there are many different applications of chip seal. In this case, it is quite a bit different than what your road crew typically puts down. So after the discussions with the road crew and my own evaluation, it's my recommendation that we make a change to the contract to put asphalt down. Now, when I say put asphalt down, I mean the roads that have been pulverized, ground up, and we had put a single layer of chips on them. My recommendation is to change the contract and put asphalt. Reasons for that, recognizing it's more expensive, and we'll talk about the costs here in a second. But the drivers for that, it's a longer lifespan, placing hot mix asphalt down, fewer maintenance interventions, and future rework would be reduced. Better life cycle value, and in general, a big picture is a higher return on the investment for county infrastructure. One other added benefit to this is that the roads are already prepped. They've been pulverized. They've been shaped. They're ready to have asphalt placed on them. The financial impact is really what we need to consider at this point. The estimated cost of increasing the asphalt or placing asphalt on the about 5 miles of roads that have been chip sealed to date is about $1.4 million. That's included in the board memo. What is a change from the board memo based on new information is the cost savings that we expect to see in the contract based on changes that we've made to date. Changes such as reducing the second chip seal course, along with some reductions in material quantities, primarily asphalt for isolated digouts and such, as well as construction management cost savings through a different contract. But given how quickly Argonaut constructed the road, there's significant cost savings on the construction management side of things because they're out there on essentially a time and materials basis, and so the less time they're there, there is anticipated to be quite a significant cost savings there. So the estimated cost savings is $700,000, which results in a net increase by placing asphalt of $700,000. Talking about funding sources here, the board, the memo references a $225,000 discretionary offer from Supervisor Pyska. I'll defer to her to talk about that. But given the change in recent information, just from the posting of that memo, it is my recommendation that if the board cannot offer additional funding through other sources, the road fund does have appropriations this year to pay for it. So it's not a matter of budgetary appropriations. The issue is simply any money we spend there is money that can't be spent elsewhere on other roads around the county. So I want to, for a moment, just talk about both past and future work. I know we're here to talk about this one project, but I think it's important to consider work that has been done in recent years and what is proposed in future years. Over the last couple of years, and I'm specifically talking about road crew chip seal work. In 2022, about 16 miles of work was done in District 3, which was unincorporated Clear Lake and Clear Lake Oaks area. 2023, District 4, unincorporated Lakeport and Scotts Valley area, about 14 miles. 2024, last year, nothing was done. That was in anticipation of both this project that we're discussing, as well as about 36 miles of work that the road crew will be doing, and they're presently doing now. And so that brings us to now in District 1, District 5, in the Kelseyville and Lower Lake areas, 36 miles. So I'll note the increase in mileage. And I credit Jim Hale and his foreman and his road crew that they're doing a lot more than was done about a decade ago when I was in Public Works. It's a testament to their capabilities, but also their recognition and your board's recognition of the value in this and investing in as I understand it, a much better chip spreading machine. So they're able to do a lot more. And so looking forward over the next few years, 2026, 27, and 28, they are anticipating about 80 miles of roads that can be chip sealed. This year will be a good test if are they able to get those 36 miles done. I have no reason to question that, but it would be in District 3, District 5, District 1, and 2. So we're talking Upper Lake, Nice, Lucerne, Kelseyville, Lower Lake, Hidden Valley, Middletown. Not all the roads in those areas, but just mind you that there is a plan. I think it would be a good opportunity in the upcoming weeks or months to just present that, even if it is at a preliminary basis. But it gives you a sense of what is in the works, and that work being done by your road crew is at a much more cost effective than a contract. That's not to say that the contractors that they are gouging us, far from it. But your road crew is their salaries are paid whether we put them to chip seal roads or not, and we want to make use of their capabilities. And so essentially it's material costs. That's what we're talking about. The average cost, just in discussions with Jim Hale, we're looking at under $100,000 on average per mile to chip seal a road that is in halfway decent shape. Some of them require more, some less, but on average, you're looking at that. Compare that to the contract cost up in Cobb, it's over $300,000 a mile. Now, recognizing that's in the contract, that was a mix of both asphalt and chip seal roads, but still, I would argue that it's likely about half the cost, if not less than that, for the road crew to do the work. So I say that because this contract, while well intended, certainly understanding why it went to contract, but I think looking ahead, it's an opportunity for the road crew to do the majority of the work. So looking at the next steps, really the next steps that are suggested if we have $700,000 net, if we are able to identify the funding for this project, I would recommend that we provide a change order to Argonaut Constructors to add asphalt to those roads that were chip sealed. And that would come back to your board in the next week or two. We've been in preliminary discussions with Argonaut through our construction management firm. They have indicated that Argonaut will honor the unit prices that are in the contract. And they've also identified that they have availability near the end of August and early September to come back and do paving. So it does look like it would be a viable option if the money is available. So if not, if the funding is not identified, we move ahead as what I would suggest is that we move ahead as planned in the contract. That would mean placing a second layer of chips. I have to acknowledge that it would be at a higher cost because we did put a pause on the contract. So there would be an added cost to remobilizing the contractor and specifically their subcontractor for chip seal. But that would be the option if the funding is not identified. So I'll end it there and happy to answer any questions. Again, NCE Consulting Engineers is available on Zoom. We also have in the board chambers Road Superintendent Jim Hale and also Alicia Ayala for finance and admin if there are any detailed financial questions. But hopefully we don't get there because I don't think she brought down her whole book. But I'll end it there and happy to answer any questions. I'll pause to see if Susan had anything to add here.
None at this time.
No? Okay.
Right, go ahead, Supervisor Price. Mm-hmm.
Well, interim director, thank you for acting on this so quickly. I know you've got a lot on your plate, and this has all been moving really fast. And so you and your staff have been really agile with this and working hard to make sure that we find the right solution. And I also really want to recognize the members of the public who live on these streets who really immediately noticed that there was an issue here. We had a long discussion at the Cauberry Council, and you came to that, Lars, and we really heard a lot from the people. The intention of this project was to rehabilitate these roads. And identifying this, we're in a tricky spot because we don't have the last two directors who worked on these plans. And at some point, it seems that there were decisions made along the way to stretch the dollar further. Unfortunately, we're in a place where these roads are very steep, very narrow in some places. And this year we got 80 inches of rain and a lot of snow. So these roads probably get abused in ways that other roads throughout the county don't. And I know all the people sitting in here are nodding their heads. And so if we're looking at these road projects as rehabilitation projects and reconstruction projects, we want them to last. And we're investing these dollars right now. We want to do this right, and we don't want to have to come back to these roads for 10 or 15 years. We want to make sure when we're putting these plans together for the future, and I don't know if the engineers online can speak to this, but what if we're talking about developing plans economically, what about the lifespan of these roads? And is that considered with the weather, the snow plows, the buses, the garbage trucks, the slope, all these other considerations that happen in this area of the county that likely don't happen in other areas of the county? So, all this to say is, I think we need to make a change. We need to make sure that we're doing this in a way that, our investment is going to be solid for the next decade plus, hopefully. I'm obviously willing to put forth that discretionary money, so that makes this ask below $500,000. So that's considerably better than it was when we first started talking about it. But this really is an adjustment that we need to make. This is an area primarily that burned in the fire. There's a lot of trauma associated with that and with the people that live in these neighborhoods that put everything into rebuilding. And so when we have these conversations, you can feel that trauma. we also, it's been 10 years because there's been significant infrastructure updates that had to happen. There were the water lines that had to be installed and the fire hydrants. And that's what's taken so long to get these roads on the plan. Now, there are some neighborhoods that are still waiting for that infrastructure, so they're not on the plan yet. And then there are some roads that are about to get their infrastructure. So when we talk about the miles for asphalt and chip seal, particularly the neighborhood of Entrance Drive, is that going to remain chip seal because we know the water company is working towards installing that infrastructure in the next couple of years?
Yes, yeah, there are a list of roads that I have here somewhere that we identified, 3 or 4 or 5 roads that we coordinated with the Cobb Water Company, and we chip sealed those roads just to make sure that they were sealed. It doesn't make sense to go up and repave them, so that those would be excluded from paving just for, we don't want to go back in and cut them. That doesn't mean that there couldn't be future work done up there, but those would be excluded, yes.
Yeah. And we had to take a hard look at stopping this project, you did, and delete roads off this project too, correct?
Correct, yeah. There were about 3 or 4 roads that were either one road taken off entirely, a few others that were reduced in length because after the project went out to bid, it was recognized that there were road repairs that had previously been done. I believe, I'm not going to say how or when it was done. It was after the Valley Fire, but the roads had been repaired. So those were deleted from the contract. That leads to some of those cost savings in the contract that I referenced earlier.
Okay. But again, going back to the public safety piece of this is, these roads are steep and we have standards for, we have county standards. CAL FIRE has standards to make sure that fire engines and the ambulances can get up. We have the school buses that travel on these roads. So there's a lot of conditions that we need to consider, or other users that we need to consider. So I don't know if the engineers kind of want to speak to some of these things that I've brought up, but ultimately I think this board needs to make a choice of, when we do these rehabilitation projects, are we really going to invest these dollars for the long haul to make sure that we don't have to come back and fix this in a year or two or every year after the snowplow comes and scrapes off the top layer. So, I think this is a conversation that we need to have, and we've got our road plan going forward. Obviously, we're going to have a new director at some point. And so we really need to be intentional on how we do this work going forward.
Okay. Before I ask NCE to talk, I have had conversations with NCE, and as I mentioned, they are probably world-renowned pavement design experts. So the chip seal, better to hear from them, but certainly it was not a deficient selection, is what I would offer. Less than that, it's more about the long-term return on investment. How frequently will our road crews have to be up there with a chip seal? How long does it last? And that's a tough question for NCE to answer. I will just suggest that on average, an asphalt road of 2.5 inches, comparing apples to apples, an asphalt road of 2.5 inches with in comparison to a chip seal, probably double the lifespan. And we talk about what is proposed in this project, and was going to be built, was a double chip seal. For whatever reason, the contract specifications, I don't believe, I think it was a 3/8 inch followed by a 3-inch chip, but it did not include a topping fog seal. Minor issue, but it that's a little bit different than what our road crew does. So anyways, I will pause there just because it's much more valuable to hear from either James or Andre from NCE. So I'll offer it over to them to add any comments here.
Sure, I'll start. Thanks for the opportunity to talk about this. I'd like to just back up, if I may, for a minute and talk about the big picture of what we were asked to do when we started working with the county. And NCE's been working with the county on various projects for probably the last 10 or 15 years. The county, as you know, the roads in that area are pretty decimated. They're in quite poor shape. And we went and looked at them, and we did survey investigations. We did physical coring and looked at the soils and the materials they were comprised of, and we needed to make some decisions. And we had constraints. We had a budget limit that we needed to try to hit when we were developing these recommendations. And so, if based on what Lars is saying, for example, the vast majority of the roads are surfaced with 2.5 to 3 inches of asphalt on top of a pulverized material. And the point of the pulverization was to create a solid working platform to pave on, which is one thing the streets did not have. And so we thought that made a lot of sense in working with the previous director to do that. What could have been done with the budget theoretically is, maybe we put a thinner layer across all the roads. And ultimately, our concern about that was if you do that, then you end up potentially in a situation similar to where you are now, where your roads fail much quicker. And so the idea there was to put 2.5, 3 inches down, which, as Lars would said, would give a nice long life to the roads that were there. And most of the roads that we replaced with 2.5 to 3 inches had a current thickness of maybe 1 inch, 1.5 inches, some at 2 inches, some a little thicker here and there. And so those roads were built to last. There's no doubt about that. The only roads that were used for chip seals, to my recollection, were what we would consider to be very low traffic, low speed type roads. And that's not to say that if we had more budget, we wouldn't have put hot mix down. Decisions needed to be made as far as what was practical within the budget. The roads that were replaced with chip seals, by and large, had, 1.25 inches, 3/4 of an inch of asphalt. Is that any better than a double chip seal, which is going down at 1 inch thick? Shy of going out and actually testing it, comparing it, it's unknowable, but I would say it's probably comparable. But what we were trying to do in the big picture of the project was replace, wherever possible, thin county roads, typically less than 1 inch, 1.5 inches thick, with fairly stout sections wherever we could on the more collector, high traffic routes, things like that. And then we did it as much as we could to the budget. And then where the roads were deemed lesser traffic, lower speeds, we filled those in, so to speak, with the double chip, which is a double chip on top of aggregate base, is a very common, it's called bituminous surface treatment. It's very common treatment used in rural agencies around the Western United States. And it's designed to flex, it's designed to tolerate movement. Is it ideal perhaps under a snowplow? Depends on how the driver drives. But once it gets, what you're looking at now with the first lift, after you put the second lift, it gets traffic down, smoothed out a bit. If you do fog seal it, as Lars talked about, it would help lock it down even further. But it may not be exactly what the residents want, but given the constraints we had, that's what we decided to do, and with the county's blessing. So, Andre, I don't know if you want to add to that, or
just that, as Lars mentioned, that a lot of the county roads are chip sealed. So the performance of that chip seal and the chip seal that we're putting down, I'm not sure it really differs by that much. Under the similar loading condition, meaning, again, for either snow or rain and so forth. So the durability of when you put chip seal on those versus the new double chip seal is probably not that far off. Wouldn't you? I mean, James is our senior pavement, senior pavement engineer in our company. So James has seen a lot of this. I would assume that's a fair statement, James. that, again, it's similar.
And can you talk about lifespan of the two different applications?
Sure, it's difficult to predict exact lifetimes, but we would typically expect to get 10, 15 years out of a double chip in a low traffic environment.
With snowplows?
That's, again, it depends, how's the snowplow driving? Are they digging in? Are they going above? It's a tough call. Again, I just want to go back to the constraints we had during the design process, and that, we could have called for the same, just for, let me back up for a second. The asphalt concrete is about 50% more expensive than the double chip. So theoretically, we could have put in a very thin asphalt layer in those neighborhoods, but it didn't. I don't think that's going to last. I think that would crack and fail much quicker than the double chip. It may have been a smoother surface, but I don't think it would have the longevity that the more flexible double chip would have. That's where I would take it.
So, but can I just ask one more?
Yeah.
So just following up then, if we were to make this change order and have asphalt, is that over what's already happened? Is that going to be stronger, last longer, be able to withstand the weather and the elements? And a lot of these roads are very steep. So that definitely is an element. We have steep roads and snow plows every winter.
Well, actually, ironically, putting the asphalt on top of that chip seal should perform quite well. I think, as Lance was saying, you have a flexible material at the bottom that's bending under the truckloads. You have a new asphalt surface, and I think you wouldn't have to worry about the snowplow issues. So,
thank you.
Vice Chair?
Yes, thank you. So it sounds like we're potentially down to about 475,000. That's if we used discretionary funds out of the budget. So first, I wanted to confirm that money, all the way up to the 700,000, is already in the Public Works budget.
It is.
We don't have to go pull from another fund somewhere.
Right, correct. Yeah, the both appropriations and funding from SB1 are there. The current budget 25-26 includes enough capital appropriations for this project to pay for this, and if not, then we do have funding in the services and supplies budget for essentially unanticipated occurrences like this. So,
And then so with diverting that money, I was just hoping to get a little more information about how that's going to potentially affect other projects in the rest of the county for at least the rest of this budget year.
Well, I'm not going to ask Jim or Lisa to come up and say what we won't do because that's a challenge. My hunch is, based on the information that I have, that it's not going to change anything that we have planned for 26 or 27 or even 2025. I would welcome Jim or Alicia to come up and correct me, but the unanticipated occurrences funding that we have in the budget would address issues like this. So yeah, to answer it, I don't anticipate any changes as a result of this.
Okay, and then more of a comment here. I'm not a road expert, but the double chip seals that I've seen that have been effective and lasted had pavement underneath the double chip seal. Whether it was, for example, I've seen them where it's been ground up and then a thin layer of asphalt added before the double chip seal. And my understanding on the double chip seal on some of these roads, it's basically all the pavement's gone and it's just chip seal over dirt, double chip seal over dirt.
Yeah, it's a bit more than dirt. It has been. They're grinding up the existing surface, compacting it, reshaping it. But you're right. It is a chip seal on top of a non-hardened surface. I guess I'll say that.
Okay, and I think my other questions were already covered.
Supervisor Owen?
Yes, I have a question about the concrete in the earthquake areas with the movement up there with the geothermal activity that's in that area. There's not the forgiveness or the flexing, to my knowledge, in the concrete. Would it possibly create more cracking than doing the double chip seal with the flexion?
Before Nancy answers that, I mean, concrete is there's a couple different varieties of concrete. We're not talking about a sidewalk type concrete. We're talking about asphalt concrete, which is, in the engineering world, it's a flexible pavement. So
Okay.
that doesn't mean flexible like a rubber band. It just means it's dependent upon the underlying surface, and it has some flexibility. Cracks will happen. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But in comparison to a quote unquote concrete, sidewalk,
That's what I'm
there's
thinking of.
no, that's a rigid pavement. That is not what would be what we're proposing. This would be asphalt that generally bends and flexes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Probably be best if I didn't talk, but I need to say something. We failed. The process was correct. We had plans made available to us. We approved these plans. 2 directors have gone through these plans and continued to push forward with these plans. And now we're saying something went wrong. And I'm glad that we mentioned that Argonaut is not messing anything up. They are doing exactly a specification. I appreciate that because I heard and saw comments that said otherwise. So we are not giving them more money when they messed up. That is not the case. I'm between a rock and a hard place, but I do have to say we failed at one point as this board by approving today what we're doing when we've already approved what was already happening in the first place. And we need to do a better job of either understanding what we're approving or making sure that we review what we're approving, because every plan that is submitted to us is not submitted to us directly. It is very indirect. I have gone to the clerk of the board. I have approached you, Mr. Ewing, Director Ewing, in order to find those plans, in order to flip through them and go, because they're large pieces of papers, they're large amounts of material, and it's not an easy attachment that we can put in there. But the fact of the matter is, this should have been known. Pulverize was in there, pulverize and chip seal, and pulverize and asphalt. It is not a full surprise other than if you didn't know. I'm also going to be rude, but this is a little bit of a spectacle to invite NCE, to have the whole leadership of, this is a simple conversation of we messed up, we asked for the wrong thing, we're asking to fix it. Should have been a very simple item. Instead, we have this. I am frustrated with this, but we can't do roads wrong. And in fact, this thing we're doing here is a slap in the face to people who are waiting for their roads to happen, and to be honest. But we can't do them wrong. If we do them wrong, then when they get their roads done, they're just gonna laugh at us and say, whatever, you guys don't know what you're doing. We have to make sure that there is longevity in the road system. We have to make sure that we do it correctly. I wish our process had been done differently to get to the point that we are here, because it doesn't have to be this way.
All right, if I could respond to that briefly. As far as the spectacle, as the interim director who's been here, who came on board when this project was 3 weeks under construction, and who doesn't have, who was not involved with anything at all with this, I think it was important for me to have the right people in the room. So I just wanted to address that. As far as the other, any decisions that were made in the past, I'm not here to say that those decisions were wrong. That chip seal is a viable product. I brought NCE because they are the experts, and I knew that questions like this would come up. So I do not want to be up here as the interim director saying that any former directors or anyone involved with the project made an incorrect decision. It's a judgment call, is what I would suggest.
All right. Any other comments? Did we want to have any staff come up, or they just want to answer when they? Okay, so I'll open it up for public comment.
Good afternoon, Board. I was just listening in here, and I think there's a question that still has been asked, but it really hasn't yet been answered, and that is, what is the return on investment? I think it's a simple question. We approved a plan that's supposed to have a longevity of X, and we're now being told that if we go to this alternative plan, it will have a greater return on investment, a greater longevity, but that's not been quantified. And you can't really calculate your return on investment unless you know that denominator. I think Supervisor Pyska is very patient. I think she asked the question 2 to 3 different ways. It still hasn't received a legitimate answer. So I think it's a simple question. For the road that was approved, how long was it expected to last? And if we go to an alternative method, yes, there's a cost to it, but how long is that supposed to last? That should be known. And it could be that this is not an extra cost in the long term. It could be a net savings, but we don't know that because that question has yet to be answered. Thank you.
All right.
Good morning. I'm Tom Slate. That gentleman's concerns, I guess, are all right. I don't know. That's not why I'm here. I'm here for, I think, very specific reasons, and thank you for your comments. Personally, I don't hold any of you accountable necessarily about a failure. To some degree, you need to count on your department heads, and I think that's what that was about. There's so many, the chip seal, there's so many questions and concerns about it. Not the chip seal itself. I mean, there is that, but there's far more. I'll just give one quick example. An email that I sent to Supervisor Pyska. I'm just checking to confirm that you'll be requesting the traffic survey information that was alluded to at the Cobb Council meeting. I would like to see it. I'm wondering about what it would show due to some areas that would have very low traffic, such as Blues Way, a dead end that with my very informal estimate may be well over 500 feet, has just one house at the end. It is at a much lower level than my neighborhood, on top of the hill, Fox Venturi, that requires snow removal, clearing more often. It received asphalt paving, and I'm referring to Blues Way, and we're getting chip sealing. That's just one of many, many concerns, because I didn't want to go through the list. I think there could be a long list. And in closing, I'm thinking of that saying we've probably all heard, don't bring me problems, bring me solutions, and I think asphalt paving for the project. And if you don't do that, then what? I don't know. So I hope you'll approve the asphalt paving. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, come on up.
I'm going to be reading from a paper today, and I think a lot of it is because these seem like just roads, but it's a really emotional issue.
Oh, can you give her name real quick?
Grace Ernst.
Okay, thanks.
It's an emotional issue for a lot of us. Again, staying here after the fire and working so hard to rebuild and feel like you're fighting for something as simple as a road can bring you a lot of joy or be really devastating. So I've called Cobb home for the past 13 years. While the residents of Cobb have experienced incredible hardships due to fires, storms, and insurance challenges, I have witnessed a resilient community of people dedicated to rebuilding and improving the mountain town we call home. Today, I ask you to invest in Cobb and its residents, not just because they deserve your support, but because it is the most financially beneficial choice for the county in the long term. When I found out that our neighborhood roads were finally being repaved, my first feeling was one of relief. Relief that we would no longer have to watch our roads deteriorate year after year, undoubtedly lowering property values, and relief that I, along with my neighbors, would no longer have to call the county several times a year to fix the dozens of large potholes that appear and reappear. Unfortunately, my relief was short-lived when I found out we would not be getting asphalt, a material expected to last 10, 15, 20 years, but instead would receive double chip seal that in the best case scenario would last just a few years and will require periodic resealing and constant repairs by the county from regular wear and tear. On top of that best case scenario isn't even realistic for our area. Cobb is one of the only parts of Lake County that can expect snowfall every year, often with multiple storms throughout the winter. While we are grateful for the plows, they are hard on the roads and chip and seal will be no match. Additionally, the rebuilding efforts continue on Cobb, leading to large construction vehicles and equipment traffic that will contribute to an accelerated breakdown of the chip seal material. Last week, the first coat of chip seal was applied to our roads. It has already developed potholes, areas of exposed dirt, and erosion on the perimeter, and that's with good weather and just a few cars driving by. It is troubling to think about how the deterioration will progress and accelerate once we begin to get rain and snow. I can appreciate that Lake County is not working with the same budget as some of our neighboring counties and needs to spend every dollar wisely. That is why I ask that you approve the amended plan to lay asphalt paving instead of chip seal. While the initial investment may be higher, in the long run, the county will save future funds on repairs, resealing or repaving, and allow maintenance staff to prioritize other needs in the county. I love Cobb and want to live here for many more years. Please amend this project so we can have quality, long-lasting infrastructure that will ultimately improve property values and save the county money. Thank you for your consideration.
Come on up. Did you want to?
Hi there. My name is Jake Strickler. I'm a Cobb resident and local engineer, and I'm just here to support any changes to help rehab the roads from a double chip seal to a paved section. A lot of these items have already been touched on by Mr. Ewing and CE. Reduce maintenance costs, provide a better material. And I think one issue that came up for a lot of folks was going from seeing a paved road outside to a gravel type surface. And I think not knowing the structural aspects of things, that might have caused a lot of concern for folks. The other recommendation I would have is, I know there's a lot of areas planned for future road rehabilitation projects. Maybe it would be wise to have a kind of a site-specific consideration and constraints for slopes, or if you are in an area for environmental factors, or the engineers that are designing the road rehab projects. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathy McCarthy. I am a member of the Cobb Area Council, a chair, but I'm speaking for myself this morning, and was out of town during our last meeting, and I'm so sad to have missed it because so many of our residents were distressed, and rightly so. I don't think I could summarize what Grace said any better. She's hit the nail on the head. It is an emotional issue for a lot of us, but it's also financial. I mean, we have to consider the cost-benefit analysis, our long-term investment. And as a Cobb resident, especially one who had to rebuild after the fire, like every decision that you made was, is this going to help us to be self-sufficient? Are we going to be able to continue? What if the power goes out? Let's use a gas stove so we can still cook for ourselves. What if maybe we need a bigger generator? Maybe we need a bigger propane tank. All these things so that we could be self-sufficient and survive. Because yes, our county does a great job of plowing the roads, and PG&E does a pretty good job now of getting the power back on. But having a road that would last 20 years is that same kind of decision we would have made for ourselves. So I hope that you would consider that and approve the changes to the contract. Thank you.
My name is Alexis Johnson. I live in Cobb. I live on the corner of Elliott and Lassen. That's where they put the first layer of chip seal down. I've watched it already become potholes in it just from the garbage trucks. That doesn't include the snow plows. That doesn't include the fire emergency vehicles. We get trees down up there. So it's a big concern. So I'm asking to please think in favor of the asphalt for our community. Thank you.
Jessica. Hi, I'm Paul Crone. I'm a resident up at Cobb, and I'm in support of the asphalt repaving, just for the record. And I'm voicing some questions from many people in the community. Couple questions. There was some talk about preliminary investigation of the roads and that some of them got deleted. There's many who are questioning why the Fox Drive Loop got repaved. A lot of people have the conviction that that section was in good shape. And I hope there's nobody offended that's from the Fox Drive Loop, but I think people there were all happy with their road, so we questioned that. And the other question we had was that there seems to be a common factor of the roads that got selected for chip seal, that they're all steep. And so there's the question, if the company doing this work, if they have the equipment to maybe handle those steep roads or not, and maybe that's why it didn't get done. So, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Go ahead, Lars.
And try to
1 second, Tom. He's going to answer him.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lars.
Try to respond to some of those. The Fox Drives. I was looking for the pavement condition index. It wasn't in this set of plans, but I believe it was relatively high. Why that was selected for asphalt as opposed to any others that received chip seal. I think there was some geographic considerations trying to collect them together, as I understand it, just in discussions with NCE and others. The steep aspect is likely an issue, but unfortunately, the people that made those ultimately made those judgment calls are not available.
Go ahead, Tom.
Oh, thank you. I'm still operating on my 3 minutes. I thought so.
You just if you just finish up, please.
Okay. Just what I wanted to point out, for me, it's not particularly an emotional issue. I think there's some very real, practical reasons for this, and this is why we're here. And that's Mr. Ewing and the supervisors and all that. So this it's far more than emotional, real, honest, practical reasons. So thank you. It's not just all emotion.
All right. Any other public comment on Zoom? Paul, if you can unmute.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Paul Duncan, I am the operations chief for CAL FIRE and the chief of South Lake County Fire. Just want to echo the concerns that were brought about with the road surfaces and the steep driveways and the steep roads, that we need to maintain that state minimum of 75,000 pounds and an aggregate base of those roads to support that equipment. The worry is that with the small amount of asphalt that was ground up into a road base and then compacted, especially on the upper Summit Drive area, it really looks like dirt with tar over the top of it. So like someone else, Grace has already said, that was already being picked up and moved around. And I worry in the wintertime when we have to roll fire apparatus up those roads, and not having that support base under there, that aggregate base to spread that load out of the chip seal, that we're going to have issues getting fire equipment to emergencies. So that's a concern. The others was also echoed with the snowplow, that area does see a lot of snowplow activity. And yes, we cannot control the depth of the plow operators they're operating, but putting a chip seal down to me is not a long-term solution, and it is a hazard for that community. So I would advocate for that. And thank you, Lars, for being an asset and a advocate for this, because it is a large issue for these folks up here. Thank you very much.
If I could reply quickly, I think it's important to note on the chip seal, one layer of chips have been placed down there. So what you're seeing up there would not be the final product. So just important to recognize that.
Anyone else on Zoom? If you can unmute Russell.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Russell Rosenthal, and I grew up on Cobb. I live in on Lassen Drive. And I'd just like to add that I think that, along with some of the other people who've spoken today, that my biggest concern in this area is that we have very steep roads in our area, steep, long stretches of roads. Some of those steep, long stretches end at stop signs. You do have commercial vehicle traffic as far as the garbage trucks and stuff like that. They're going to be stopping on my road in particular, where, I'd estimate the grade to be 25 to 30% with a stop right there. And I really don't believe that the chip seal is going to hold up, especially during plowing and snow and during the winters. And that it's a poor decision to leave it that way in those areas, in those steep areas. So I'll just leave it at that, and thank you for your time.
Any other public comment? Gabrielle, if you can unmute.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So my name is Gabrielle Dorset, and I am on the turnabout. And Regina is the street that I usually come through that is totally grinded up and so much gravel. I'm new to this area. I had to buy a Jeep just because I don't want to get trapped up there if there's a fire or if I need to get out, because I'm single and I'm up here by myself. And my driveway, actually, there's a big gap in the neighbor's driveway as well. And, we, like, a lot of times the cleaners don't even clean our street. They don't even come up and do anything up in our roundabout because we're isolated by ourselves. And, I pay a lot of homeowners tax. And I also, my flood insurance and my earthquake insurance and my homeowner's insurance is really outrageous. And so I don't know. I feel like we are due having the street repaired and fixed so that gravel, when we come down Regina, isn't hitting our vehicles and, destroying the tires. And so that's just my input. And if we need to get in and out, we're doing our dues on paying our homeowners taxes and keeping our property. I had to do a whole renovation on my house because of people that were allowed to live in there prior to that destroyed the house because the police wouldn't evict them. And so I don't know. I just hope that they can be properly fixed. Thanks.
All right. Any other public comment? Laurel Phillips, if you can unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, this is Laurel Phillips and Sean Conover. We live on Lassen Drive, and we have another issue we'd like to speak to.
Yeah, the question I have is why this work started before the roads were properly cleared and cleaned. There's in particular at the end of the road, where Miss Johnson lives, that spoke earlier. The road, there's about 2 feet of organic material to where the edge of the road was previously to the curb that wasn't cleaned off. And this is on St. Helena. This is everywhere in this neighborhood where they came in and started, running the pulverizer just to, the width that they could get to with. And a lot of the brush also was not cleared back previous to this work being done. And the question I have would be: is it normal for proper for the pulverizer to grind through? Obviously, they're supposed to grind through the asphalt in the base, but also into the organic material below it and mix that in. Is that proper and typical in this type of installation?
And are you finished? They're finished?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Those are my concerns. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Lars.
I can look into that a bit, but the specs required a 4-inch pulverization. That's what the contractor was required to do. So if I understand correctly, there was organic material under somewhere under the base, or if I'm understanding maybe incorrectly, if it was vegetation that was on the side of the road, that's a different story. But the contractor came through, brought in essentially a pulverizer, almost garden, on a large basis. People that might be familiar with a rototiller, I mean, it's that on steroids, and it's pulverizing. It's set to 4 inches, so couldn't inspect what was under that. So I can't speak to the organic material on that. I can contact back the construction inspector and look at that road, see if there were records of that. But 4 inches of pulverization is what was spec'd out.
All right, any other comment on Zoom? Oh, okay. Any other in chambers? If not, I'll close public input and bring it back to the board.
I have one question.
Go ahead.
Okay. By putting in the concrete, I feel better about the concrete, knowing that there's some flux there. So by putting in the concrete mix versus the double chip seal, what are we expected? What's the longevity? What's the change on that?
Well, I'll answer it from a field. I guess I'm in the middle. We have engineers on the screen, which I am an engineer, and we have our road maintenance crew who ultimately owns and maintains these roads on your behalf. I take both sides. I factor in both sides, and I would suggest that you're looking at least double the life by placing hot mix asphalt. I think 15 to 20 years on the double chip seal on those roads is highly optimistic, to be quite honest. If you're talking about a straight farm road with minimal driveways, that's one thing. But 15 to 20 years, or excuse me, 10 to 15, I believe is what they said. I think we're looking at single digits for the life of that, whereas you'd be looking at least double that with hot mix asphalt. That would be my, again, to use the judgment term, that would be my judgment for the difference between those two.
So that would be probably getting us into the 15 to 20 years with the concrete.
Correct. I would argue 15. Now that doesn't mean that that we don't respond up there, that we don't go up and seal coat where we can. But the Nice Lucerne cutoff, I'll use that as an example. That was constructed. The majority of that was paved about 12, 13 years ago. So it still has decent life in it. There are cracks we have to maintain. But the longevity of 2.5 inches of asphalt, I would argue, is at least double that over a double chip seal.
Okay. And then the second part of the question would be, so it's substantially more. Is it possible to reduce the mileage to make up for some of that? The mileage that we have in the plan, would that be an alternative?
Well, yes, we need to reduce it. We mentioned earlier some of the roads that will be receiving water line improvements. We won't be paving those. But to reduce any further, if there are roads that have been pulverized and have a single coat of chip seal on them, if we're going to, we need to do something on them.
Oh, absolutely.
And if we can afford to put the hot mix asphalt on there, that's what I would suggest. If we cannot, then we certainly need to get up and at least get a second coat of chips on them.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I just want to say that, I understand the comments from the citizens that came from Cobb, and I empathize, especially considering, the effects of the fire, that took place. And I don't say this to marginalize any of those comments or the project in general, but coming from a district with the lowest PCI in the county, there's some areas where the garbage truck doesn't even come. They can't even get service. When there's fires in the hills and district, there's CAL FIRE and all the other agencies can get up there despite it being dirt roads and whatnot. Oak Mountain gets snow. I know that it's not paved, but there's groups that go up there as well. But again, I'm not trying to go against this project. I support it. I just want to emphasize that I just want these to get done so my district can get a higher PCI code. The Nice Lucerne cutoff can finally not have those adjustments so that people can travel on there because there's a high amount of folks that go through there. So I only say that just to kind of like stand on a soapbox. I'm not trying to go against this, but yeah. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, just I guess, legal question. We went for bids The bid we went with was 5.1, and just to add a missing step to it, I know I looked at the what did you call it? The invitation for bids. I went to the invitation for bids, and already the 8.9 had been reduced to 6.5 as far as the estimated cost because of maybe a reduction in roads or something along those lines. The process didn't change that NCE had scripted, but the number of roads probably changed to $6.5 million. So we're still within that budget that we originally intended to spend. But the fact that the increase, which is a little bit smaller now, is still more than 10%, probably around the 15% margin. And that we're changing what the project is in the sense that now we're taking away the double chip seal and we're looking at adding more asphalt. Where are we in the legal matters of going out to bid, getting some bid proposals, and changing it as much as we are? Are we safe within the boundaries of these changes?
Well, you used the L word, so I'm the legal word. No.
It was very specifically tailored for, yes.
Sure, Lars, you don't want to chime in, really? Go ahead.
So just to clarify your question, Supervisor, is whether or not this needs to be set out, this particular action of paving needs to be set out for another bid.
I would prefer not. That's not my question. Is based on the invitation for bids and the detail and description of the project and the changes and the cost increase that are being offered and suggested here, are we required to go back out to bid, or can we continue in a safe manner?
While we're waiting, I can just offer just some based on my experience when I was with Public Works. First off, the project includes a bid line item for hot mix asphalt. Whether it's placed at 2.5 inches or 3 is irrelevant with respect to the use of it. So there is a line item that we can tap into. The fact that we're talking about 5 miles of roads here for a 16-mile project, which implies that 11 miles of roads have already received pavement. We are talking about not an insignificant change, but it's not we're not doubling, certainly not. I mean, we're talking about maybe 25%, and that's just a ballpark figure. But it's not a new bid item. It's very common that change orders occur. You negotiate with the contractor. In this case, it's not even a negotiation. The bid item, the bid prices are they remain. So it's very common that things like this happen. If we were changing the scope of significantly the scope of the project, where we don't want to put hot mix asphalt down, we want to put a rigid pavement, or we want to build sidewalks, that's a different thing entirely. But we're talking about materials that are already included in the contract.
Go ahead, Casey.
Casey Moreno, Deputy County Administrative Officer.
1 second. Did you want to go first? Or?
No, that's fine. My understanding is that the purchasing policy has changed recently. I would ask for a couple of minutes to look it up to see if something is significant applies here. However, typically, the bid process for the entire project, and as Lars has said, this is a change in an element of that project. It's not a new project, so it wouldn't necessarily require to be re-offered for bid.
Casey?
I agree to that. So the purchasing ordinance did change around the time that this was accepted back in July of 2024. And so I don't have all the documents in front of me, but it's just an element that is changing, which was already pretty previously included. So it is fine.
Thank you, Casey. All right. All right.
I mean, I'll just say that, there's been a lot of lessons learned in this project. We're on our 3rd director with this project. We have another one coming up. And I think as a board, when we look at these projects, we need to make sure that we're doing these projects to a standard that's going to, give us a long-term return on our investment. And obviously there was choices made along the way to stretch that dollar, and it's just not adequate. And we're at a place right now where we can pivot and adjust, and luckily it's a lot less than what was posted in the agenda. I'm pushing in most of my my discretionary funding to make this happen because it's that important.
Right. If there's nothing else, I think it's action,
It's direction.
direction.
It's direction to come back at a different, either next week or the week following, which would include a change order.
It will include a change order. We'll need time. I can't promise that it'll be next week because we need to get to Argonaut. We still have we still need the second chip seal reduction. They're still working on the reduction for that because that was not a standalone line item. Double chip seal was the line item, so they placed a single chip seal, which they need to figure out what the net result is. So they're working on that. So we will need some time to come back, but it would be a change order that your board would see.
All right. I see it now. Sorry about that. Vice Chair?
Yeah, so I'm in support of making the change with the use of Supervisor Pyska's funding for the reason that will help, since it is in her district, that will help reduce any further impact on other areas of the county that could have been impacted because of the addition of this money. That's where I'm at.
I'm there too, because I also heard, Lars, you had stated it's not going to delay any other projects in any other areas or anything like that. That's I guess, did I hear that right?
I see Jim nodding his head.
Okay, thanks. All right. With that, I think we have direction. Is there anything else? All right.
Thank you.
All right. So
Hey, thank you for what you guys are doing.
yes, no, thank you again. I wanted to say that too, and I missed my opportunity. Lars, thanks for stepping in and making this opportunity to have this discussion. And just as I think as most recently you stepped in and you've really kind of taken a lot of this on, despite what all you the other things you do. So thanks again on that, Susan, as well. So we're going to go ahead and take a lunch break. That lunch break, we'll be back at 2. All right, welcome back from our lunch break. We are going to move on to our 4.4 addendum. Consideration of an update regarding disruption to critical quagga and zebra mussel funding and next steps, including affirmation of appeal, grant decision. B, consideration of board and staff letters requesting action by Governor Newsom and our state legislative delegation to restore funding for the Clear Lake Mussel Prevention Project. Consideration authorizing staff to partner with Nielsen Merksimer for additional state-level advocacy. D, consideration of a resolution amending the motion by the board approving the recommended budget for fiscal year 25-26 by adjusting revenues in budget unit 1072 cannabis and 8109 watershed protection district.
Hello everyone, it's Pawan Upadhyay, Lake County Water Resources Director. And I'm here joined by Jacqueline, she's our accountant, and Corey, he's Quagga Mussel Water Resources Technician. Thank you both for taking our agenda item for this meeting. I will go for the executive summary of this item. For your boards and the public awareness, the Lake County Watershed Protection District was recently notified of our 2025 quagga and zebra mussel infestation prevention grant application facilitated by the California State Parks Division of Boating and Waterways. That this our program will not be funded in this fiscal cycle. And this was a request for about $400,000, to be specific, $399,520. Request to support the Clear Lake Mussel Prevention Project, and the majority of the funding would have gone to support the ramp monitor staffing cost. So once we have been notified about it on Wednesday, July 23rd, 2025, I contacted the program office, emphasizing the potentially profound consequence of disruption to this critical funding. Our application was denied due to a clerical oversight, as opposed to any substantive concern or deficiency. So in response to my July 23rd communication with them, they asked to file a formal appeal. So I went ahead and filed a formal appeal with them. on July 24th, 2025, with the Division of Boating and Waterways Executive Deputy Director Ramona Fernandez. As of this writing, no response has been received. In large measure, because of the work of our trained ramp monitors, introduction of quagga and zebra mussel to Clear Lake has been mitigated to date, particularly with increased complexity associated with recent infestation of golden mussels in California water bodies. Remaining vigilant is essential to the health of the ecosystem surrounding the county's defining geographic feature. You will be aware California's Delta region is likewise a bass fishing haven, and fishermen commonly travel between the two water bodies. Should monitoring of quagga and zebra mussel and golden mussel be suspended, it may just be a matter of time before infestation occurs due to introduction by vessel visiting Clear Lake. This is a significant threat, and loss of Clear Lake as a vibrant fisheries and habitat would have dramatic implications for our county and the state. Once introduced, Deciduous mussels significantly alter lake ecology by displacing native species, destroying native habitats and the species that depend on natural habitats, blocking water delivery, disrupting recreational and commercial fishing, undermining docks and all other structures in the water, impeding navigation and enjoyment of the county's waterways. These mussels have caused devastating impacts on municipal water systems, recreation and fisheries in other areas of the country. We must collectively remain vigilant. As previously stated, Lake County Watershed Protection District and Water Resources Department staff are already appealing this highly regrettable decision of Boating and Waterways Division's decision. In addition to this action, staff recommend your board consider 3 additional steps. Number 1, authorize me as Water Resources Director and the County Administrative Officer to co-sign a letter to Governor Newsom, State Senate President Pro Tempore McGuire, and Assembly Majority Leader Cecilia Aguirre Curry, strongly encouraging them to intervene in the state's interest and fund the Clear Lake Mussel Prevention Project, and to authorize a letter from your board. Second, authorize Water Resources and County Administrative Office to partner with counties, state legislative and regulatory advocacy firm Nielsen Mucksammer to support our representatives in urging the Division of Boating and Waterways to reconsider their decision. Third, as of this writing, the Water Resources Department has approximately $13,000 in quagga and zebra mussel inspection sticker revenues, and an urgent increase of available funding is required due to Division of Boating and Waterways decision. With your board's approval, $266,445.86 is available in cannabis fund dedicated to water resources, planning, code enforcement, and similar purposes can likewise be utilized to continue ramp monitoring. Staff additionally recommend allocating $75,000 in economic development focused cannabis funds. The attached resolution will execute the necessary amendments to your board's recommended budget for fiscal year 2025 and 26 by adjusting revenues in budget unit 1072. Cannabis and 8109 Lake County Watershed Protection District. This will provide in total $341,445.86 in interim funding for continued monitoring until the department can reapply for the grant funding in the next funding cycle, should the formal appeal prove unsuccessful. Screening for quagga and zebra and golden mussel is essential to seal gains made by recent county and state investigations state investments in health of Clear Lake, investment and providing the best possible future for all Lake County residents and visitors. The staff recommend your board affirm continuation of the formal appeal process and authorize the additional action detailed above.
All right.
Yeah.
Did you have anything to add? Or? No? Any questions? Supervisor Sabatier?
I do have some questions, and that sucks that this happened. Appreciate that you've already done a formal appeal. I think there's no question that we should at least attempt to appeal. I do have my concerns about reaching out. Like if we had dotted our I's and crossed our T's and just got denied, then I think easily reaching out to folks like Governor Newsom and our representatives would be a no question. I'm not certain how I feel to not have submitted a complete application, even though it is a very fine point, technicality, and saying we urge you, well, it's kind of an uncomfortable way of going about it. So I'd love to hear from my colleagues. I'm not against it, but I'm uncomfortable about doing that as well. But the formal appeal, I think, is not a problem. As far as making sure that you have the funds to continue moving forward, no matter if the appeal is approved or not, and just for today's purposes, I do see that you have some reserves in the Watershed Protection District, some reserves in water resources, just kind of, I guess, asking why go after the cannabis funds when you have your own funds? Is there a purpose behind that? Is there a reason to save that? Is that allocated for other purposes? Just kind of wanted to open that dialogue to see what else might be possible.
Yeah, I think my understanding is the reserve we have is for some specific purposes. So we might not be able to utilize is for this specific program. And we do have some funds which adds towards it, like the sticker sales. But overall, like this grant is like a critical part in filling the funding gaps in between. Right. So that's where that comes in. And I think we probably not be able to utilize some of our, I mean, we do supplement this grant with other funding sources. So this is not the only source we have, but it is like a major part of the program.
Okay. And then my last question is, I'm also slightly uncomfortable with, it sounds to me, and maybe I'm reading it incorrectly, that there's $266,455.86 available in the water resources / planning / code enforcement. It sounds like you're asking for us to approve to deplete that entire bucket, which would prohibit planning and code enforcement from having access to that bucket, when I know there's a lot more money in the economic development bucket as well. Is there a way to recalibrate so that we don't say planning, sorry, but you're out of money, or code enforcement, you're out of money? I'm reading it in the way that we're completely zeroing out that balance for that specific bucket.
So that would deplete everything that is unallocated. There's quite a bit of money in the economic development bucket, so we can absolutely change it to that instead of depleting. But everything that's already been budgeted for this year has been removed. So the balance unallocated is the $266,000.
And I don't want to move the 266 on the other one, just a better balancing act of it. It would make me feel more comfortable to allow the other departments to still have access to some funds if they are making a request this year.
Yeah, either way we are fine, like as far as we reach that number from this bucket or that's fine.
Okay.
Ellen?
I just had a question on how many ramps do we have going into our lake? You had mentioned something like 5 or something up to 20. How many ramps go into the lake, and how many of them are we monitoring?
So
Hello, is this on?
There you go.
There we go. Hi, thank you. So we have, let's see, 3rd Street, 5th Street, Canocta Vista Casino, Lakeside County Park.
There's 12 listed on here, but I meant private ramps as well.
Private ramps? Oh, there's got to be at least over 800.
Okay.
Of residents that are.
What I'm worried about is what we might be missing with this program. What I'm getting at is there another way to so we don't get the gotaways, basically? Is there another way to approach this that there's like, what, 3 main routes into the county, correct?
Yes.
Something along those lines is what I'm getting at, so that we're covering all of the area opposed to worrying that we've missed something.
I think there's a longer term plan to that. If we really wanted to stop every boater that's coming into the county, we would need to get permanent decontamination stations.
Nicole?
One posted up and
Go ahead, Tues.
I just wanted to point out that that would be a larger discussion that wasn't noticed for today's item.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
and so that's, if your board wishes, you can certainly direct staff to bring that item back for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That would be interesting.
Yeah, and just to briefly provide a answer to that is the one thing which is the new park which is going on the Highway 20 and 53. We were talking about putting a permanent station there, so all the people coming in have a dip station kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know who was first.
Yeah, it is something. It is a problem. It is something we've been talking about for a while, and even when Angela was part of
I
staff.
think that's where I heard it from.
Yeah, when we talked about the
when I was
golden
campaigning.
vessels. Yeah, back then. But for today, I feel like this application was there was a reason to deny this application because we didn't have this old letter in, and that's the excuse, because they have limited funding this year. So I feel like we do need to advocate. We do need to send these letters. We do need to lobby. We recognize that letter was left out. I don't think it's of high consequence. I think it was just the excuse that they could cross us off the list. So let's be as aggressive as we possibly can. I'm in favor of lobbying and sending the letters and all of the work that we need to do, because it's absolutely critical. We have reserves. We have to backfill this, hope that we get funding down the road, but we cannot miss a step, because this is so critically important. And even as Supervisor Owen mentioned, like, we still have many vulnerabilities, but we do know that this works and we have to keep it going.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, obviously, I don't think there's any question we need to figure this out and get some funding in there. This has to happen. Regarding the cannabis funding, which I'm not opposed to, but could we also look, we don't know the answer to this yet, but we're going to have potential carryover when we get those reports down the road. If we went with cannabis funding today, could we look at the potential of backfilling that back, if considering we did have available balance? I don't know if we will, because there's other things we're going to be discussing too, but I just wanted to throw that out. I'm not opposed to, appreciate that you've already filed your appeal request. I support that. I'm not opposed to the advocacy letters. I'm open to changing language in regard to Supervisor Sabatier's comments. If there's adjustments we can make, we can state that, we had this mistake with the lacking letter that was there, but in the interest of this being a critical thing, we're just asking the state to find another way to help us, is I guess how I would pose the letter. That, yes, we realize that there was less funding, you had to make decisions, but for the health of Clear Lake, I mean, if we get these mussels in here, we're never going to get them out. So I think we have to advocate, but I'm open to looking at the language. So.
And even with this board's approval, we will still try to fill in the gap, or like the funding wherever we can with any other grants or anything we can fill up in. So this would be kind of our last source we draw from.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. With that, we'll open it up for public comment. Come on up.
Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for taking my comment. My name is Angela Palmadow, Executive Director of the Lake County Land Trust, formerly the Invasive Species Program Coordinator in Water Resources. During my tenure with the Quagga Zebra Mussel Program, I loan managed $2.3 million in state and federal grants for the program, including the one that's of discussion today. It's essential that this program, the ramp monitoring staff, are maintained to protect Lake County from invasive mussels. And the priority of any funding should go towards maintaining the ramp monitoring staff. They're most often the first line of defense, the last line of defense for protecting our aquatic resources in Lake County. And a lot of times they're the first thing that people see, or the first person they talk to when they come and visit our lake. And for what it's worth, I support the steps the Board of Supervisors is taking today. I support the approval of both the letter and the budget allocation for continued lake protection. This program has never actually had enough funding to fully function as needed, as required, to provide full protection against invasive mussels throughout the county. And to that end, I do have a couple small suggestions if you would like them for the letter contents. The district and partners, they worked really, really hard between 2022 and 2024. Corey was a big part of that, to develop the Clear Lake Integrated Preparedness and Resilience Plan for Invasive Mussel Management. I know it's a mouthful. This plan is on the Water Resource Department website. It was presented both to the Board of Supervisors, the City of Lakeport, City of Clear Lake, Big Valley Rancheria, and was provided in written format to Robinson Rancheria staff and council for feedback. And we did incorporate feedback into the version that's on the website, and that was all in 2024. It's a response plan. In the development, we included tribal partners, city, state agency, all of their feedback in their integration. And even in the authorship acknowledgments, it includes staff from CDFW, so California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So it has value as a state agency approved document. I would suggest referencing this plan in your letters and appeal, as this plan, it's more recent than the 2019 prevention plan, which 2019, and then the plan was 2024 for the response. It emphasizes the importance and resilience on state grant funding and enhancement of the prevention plan as the best pathway to preventing a shutdown of Clear Lake due to a mussel invasion. It also mentions a chapter about protecting the incoming traffic on roadways and working with Caltrans and partners to set up those stations. To prevent this from ever happening again, I suggest an update to the Lake County Invasive Mussel Prevention Plan. It was originally scheduled for 2025. And adding the CDFW approved letter as an appendices. So no matter what, whenever you submit the plan, the letter of approval is submitted with that plan and is included in any application to any agency from here on out. I would be careful with including golden mussel in any of your letters regarding this grant and appeal to this grant. The Division of Boating and Waterways was very, very clear. Their grant program does not fund golden mussel. They said it in their webinars, they say it in the guidelines. They do not fund golden mussel prevention efforts. I would hate to see an appeal denied based on that specific language. Also, golden mussels are not under dracinid mussels. I'm sorry, it's the science hat, but when you're talking about a science-based program, you really want to be clear on the science there. Allowing this inaccuracy really indicates ignorance and removes some of the seriousness from your side of the issue of reading all the materials and knowing the grant program clearly. I fully support and recommend continued efforts to seek and acquire funds. There's a CDFW boat ramp access funds that would fund ramp monitoring efforts. There's Blue Ribbon Committee funds. They've already expressed interest in funding golden mussel response and other quagga mussel and zebra mussel prevention monitoring response. I went there in December and did a presentation to them, and they expressed interest in funding some of that program. And then there are current funds within Water Resources to fund data collection and water monitoring. So maybe your appeal doesn't come back with the full fund, the full $400,000 of the grant requested, but maybe some of it for ramp monitor staff. You can supplement that with other grants for water quality monitoring that Water Resources has. Thank you for your time today, and for what it's worth, again, should the need arise, I'm here in Lake County. I worked for the Water Resources for 7 years. Every year I applied for this grant, I got it. I'm really sorry you guys didn't get it this year. And if there's anything that you need from me for this program, I'm a phone call, email, a text, a conversation away. I would love to help out and continue this program any way I can. I still talk to the ramp monitors. I stop by. I still say hi to Corey. I'm here, available as a resource. I'm available. That's it. I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. And as she stated, she has a lot of knowledge in this. That's why I let her go beyond the 3 minutes. So
I have my comments hard copy to provide for you.
There you go.
Because the recommendations are in there, and I talk
Thank
fast.
you. All right. Any other comments from the public? No hands in Zoom? I will bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier.
I wanted to ask Dr. Upadhyay, the comments made about possibly removing golden mussel. This is a quagga and zebra mussel infestation prevention grant. What are your thoughts? I understand your reason for putting it in this letter, because obviously it's something we're all thinking about that we need to be aware of. But do you feel that it should stay there, that it needs to be removed? Does it taint the possibility of getting that appeal approved? I want to hear from you.
So the formal appeal doesn't include golden mussel anywhere mentioned in that. It just include quagga and zebra mussels. It's just on the board memo, and it's just like for the context that golden mussel has been added to that it's a new threat towards it.
And so the letters themselves that are to the governor and to our state representatives are distinct from the appeal itself. Therefore, that's why you're not mentioning to take them out of the
exactly. I mean, we can think more about it, but as far as the formal appeal for this application goes, it doesn't include golden mussel because it was not for that.
And I think that to me is the most important aspect. We are trying to persuade and convince politicians not meet grant requirements with these letters. The formal appeal is a different process. So I'm okay with the advice from Dr. Upadhyay.
I think, why don't we ask the lobbyists? We're going to set the lobbyists out to do this work. Let's get their recommendation on whether or not to put this language in. We can approve the letter and make the change once they give that direction, because I don't really know what to do. And I don't want to jeopardize an opportunity. And I feel like our lobbyists will have a much better gauge on whether or not we should include it or not.
So how do we parse that out then? Do we
We approve the letter, and then have pending review whether or not,
the lobbyists?
get some.
Perhaps this will help clarify
Okay,
stuff.
thank you.
There are 2 letters recommended here. Right. So there are 2 letters recommended here. There's one where your board would approve Director Upadhyay and Susan Parker to sign, and then one that would come directly from the board. And depending on the recommended language, and you could go through the language for each of those letters, and you could structure them in a way where you're happy with reaching out to individual entities. So if you wanted one letter to, as suggested, go to the governor, you could have.
No, I'm just saying, we want to send a letter. We're not sure if we should have the words golden mussel in it or not. And I want to check with the lobbyists before we send them. And so if there's a way to approve it today in concept, but we get that feedback and the board's okay, like, I think we're okay either way, but we just want the recommendation from one more set of eyes.
I think that Juan actually stated that he does not have golden mussel in that letter. So basically, they both concur.
Yeah. Can I clarify which? I mean, I would like a clarification on which
July
letter
29th letter?
you are both. You're talking about. They're the same letter.
The letters
Okay.
are the same. It has golden mussel in the letters, but the letters are not directed to the department that does the grant. They're directed to political figures that are going to hopefully help push these things through. The formal appeal letter did not have golden mussel according to what we're being told. So we're only specifically talking about letters that would be sent to representatives.
Okay.
And nothing more.
Okay, so so right now you're talking about the contents of any letter that would go to the representatives as opposed to the appeal board. Got it. Thank you. Yes, you could approve in concept and give a suggestion to language to staff, and then you can approve that letter, and then have that letter sent to whomever you would like to have the second eyes on, and then have that brought back to you.
But as for the budgetary item, we would take care of that today for sure.
Yes.
Okay. And I see, Matthew, are you coming up?
So yes, I was just wanting to confirm that there is language in both letters that refers to golden mussels, and the intent of that language was to draw attention to the fact that there have been golden mussels identified in the Delta region of the state, and boats do commonly travel between the two water bodies because they share the attribute of being relatively strong bass fisheries. So it does present a significant threat that is in the state's interest to address. Whether, and I understand that there also then is the question of whether that particular funding stream is relevant. And I agree with Supervisor Pyska raised the idea that we could check in with our lobbying firm about whether it's best to exclude that language, even if it does have political weight in a sense because of that potential disqualification, and happy to make that outreach for sure.
Yeah, and I think the two letters we are talking about, one is like the formal appeal, which is to the department, and the other one is for the legislature. So the formal appeal doesn't include golden mussel.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I already got it.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
I'd be fine with, if we check with the lobbyist and he says yeah or he says no, then I'm good to go with whatever he says.
All right.
On these letters that are going to the political.
Supervisor Sabatier.
I think these are letters meant to get attention and to then engage and have discussions. And I think this is it brings up a very hot topic issue of something that's happening. I don't think this changes the formal appeal process. This is how much do you want to grab someone's attention to pay attention to what your needs are. And I think I want to support our director and what was written with other staff members. I think what we have in front of us is good. I also want to make sure it gets in the hands of folks right away and not have to wait through a process to wait for our lobbyists.
Also, a quick comment on that. I think having a golden mussel on that letter would be beneficial, might be beneficial, because there are some funding for specifically for the golden mussel. So if we draw attention towards, because now looking forward, I think quagga, zebra, and golden mussel gonna go together for any discussion. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, we are perfectly fine with checking about it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any harm in checking.
No, I think that the only harm that it might come up is slowing it down. That was the only added, was if it takes a little bit of time to get it checked with our lobbyists. I think it's a great idea, Jessica. I just don't know if it's going to slow down the process at all, that's all.
Let's just see, Matthew, what do you think the timeline will be?
With respect, I was thinking that it may be possible to propose a middle way, in a sense, in that if we were to remove the paragraph that refers to the golden mussels right now, as it currently sits, so this is on the second page of the letter, that would remove the point of inconsistency in terms of whether we potentially were describing golden mussels as dresinid mussels, which was the scientific inaccuracy that had been raised earlier in this presentation. And I don't think that that would preclude, if with your board's direction, our lobbyists making the connection that particularly with the golden mussel being, having reached the Delta region, and particularly with boats traveling between those two places, I don't know that that necessarily has to be in the formal letter. And I agree with Supervisor Owen that getting a letter in the right hands sooner rather than later is probably important. And if we have concern that that language could end up negatively affecting the success of that effort, then maybe it does make sense to remove that from the formal letter, but also gain your board's support in concept of speaking to the crossover and the need to ensure that we're screening now more than ever, in part because of also the golden mussel.
I'm happy with that. Sounds good to me.
Okay.
All right.
Just a quick clarification. The other times that golden mussels are mentioned in there, you're just saying that it's mentioned appropriately and therefore no need to erase any further thing than just that second paragraph on page 2? Because it's mentioned again on the second to last paragraph where it says screening for quagga, zebra, and golden mussels, and it's also on the last paragraph on page 1 is it page 1?
Well, there's 3 mentions of it.
Or it's the first partial paragraph of second page. So there's the golden mussel there's the paragraph, and then the second to last paragraph, yeah. I just want to make sure those other 2 are fine in.
So
those
if it's your board's direction, we can certainly remove each of those. And that, from what I'm hearing, that there may be that could be disqualifying if that funding source at present cannot be used for golden mussel finding. It's a positive adjacency that we're also able to, identify potentially golden mussels. So if we're trying to follow that principle all the way through, yeah, I thank you for pointing out those additional occurrences, Supervisor Sabatier. Removing all of them would be very reasonable. We can get the letter signed with your board's, Adobe signatures very soon. And get them into the right hands. And then also, again, I do think there is that adjacency to golden mussels, though nonetheless, that is an important political argument and would be interested in your board's direction on using that outside of the context of the formal letters.
Yeah.
But
Final comment. I would actually like to see the first one remain, just because it says with increased complexities associated with recent infestations of golden mussels. It doesn't speak that the money is for that, but there
Good.
are increased complexities, and I think we should at least mention it once. The other
Yes.
times, it may be more closely related to how we're planning to use the funding, but I just think it'd be nice to sneak it in. Just so
I
there's-
like it. I like that.
Trying to find a compromise.
No, I like it.
That's
All
fine.
right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, do you want
I'm
action?
ready.
Okay. I think what's this first motion? Affirm the board's
Decision for
board-
support. Yeah, you see it. Can I read it? And then she says so moved.
I can read it. I move that we affirm the board's support for continuation of the formal appeal process associated with Lake County Watershed Protection District's Clear Lake Mussel Prevention Program grant application.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there anything else I must add, Nicole, or we're good? All right.
Not for that one.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Chair, I move that we authorize Pawan Upadhyay, Water Resources Director, and Susan Parker, County Administrative Officer, to co-sign a letter to Governor Newsom, State Senate President Pro Tem McGuire, and Assembly Majority Leader Cecilia Aguilar Curry, as amended, strongly requesting they intervene in the state's interest and fund the Clear Lake Mussel Prevention Project, and authorize a letter from your board.
Second.
Is that,
It looks like that was meant to be an option rather than both. It's an and/or.
and/or?
So,
And
yeah.
I want the chair to sign.
Okay.
That's the one.
Rather than everybody to
Right.
sign.
I move that we authorize the board chair to sign these letters, this letter, as amended.
Second.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and then Mr. Chair, authorize, this is the same thing, right? This is to partner? Okay,
This is for the
authorize.
lobbyists.
Oh, okay. Authorize Water Resources and County Administrative Officer to partner with the county's state legislative and regulatory advocacy firm, Nielsen Mercksammer, to support our representatives in urging the Division of Boating and Waterways to reconsider their decision.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Before we move on, are there any changes? Because again, I'd rather we not deplete what other departments have the ability to access from the planning and what else was it, code enforcement?
So you were
And if there's a way to balance out
Economic development.
those two buckets,
Yeah,
just
I
want to
think
see how the board feels about that.
That's where I was wanting
Yeah,
to go.
I thought, yeah. Stephen, did you want
Balance
to
that
add?
out.
I'm going to
add to
respond
that?
once your board, Stephen Carter, Assistant CAO. Once you have a decision, that's when I'll respond. But yes, it can be done. Just what percentage, 50-50?
50-50, I would say.
50/50?
That's fine.
That's fine.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Commonly, and I think this is what you're referring to, commonly when we send letters to the legislature or the governor, we will send it to the full board for signature. That's what has been past practice. So we
right.
can get that Adobe sign out today and get it to all of you. Just please sign it as soon as you receive it.
Okay.
So
Do we have to
we have to
readdress
amend
that
the
vote?
We have to amend, because we have the board chair signing.
the motion was for the board chair to sign.
Yeah.
The only amendment we made to the text was the golden muscle. We did not amend the signature.
That is true.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm good with that.
that was the other reason I was up here. But
Okay. Well, don't leave.
okay.
So we don't need to amend that motion?
The motion was to approve the letter. You can,
Clarify.
there can be a motion to reconsider, and the motion to reconsider the prior decision about adoption of the letter and having the chair approve the letter. Once that motion is approved, if it's approved, then it can be reread as approving the whole board to sign, rather than just the chair.
Move to reconsider.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And then we would now read it again, right?
We want a public comment.
Oh, yeah, we got to open it up for public comment. Yep, that brought it back. Bring it back to the board
it's number
for
2,
action. It's number 3.
Move to approve letter to Governor Newsom, State Senate President Pro Tempore McGuire, and Assembly Majority Leader Cecilia Aguilar Curry, strongly requesting to intervene in the state's interest as amended. That's it.
And signed by the.
And signed by the whole board.
The full board. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Lastly, we have the budget.
The resolution.
Yeah, the budget, the budget resolution, and we're adjusting the cannabis to be 50/50 with economic development, right? In that portion?
Correct. And then would your board also authorize us to actually add the accounts 81, 22, and 23 in said budget unit so it can actually happen?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll offer the resolution as amended.
Resolution has been offered, and that's okay? That's okay? All right. Yes.
Just a quick question. The amendments, since it speaks specifically to numbers within the recitals, the fact that we said 50/50, does that automatically impact the recitals to then be amended as such to show a split of the 266,000 and the 75,000? Right now it says, whereas we're going to take money from this bucket, 266,000, and this bucket, 75,000. We just changed that to 50/50. If we just say we're splitting it evenly, does that automatically change the recitals to reflect that? I just want to make sure, because the resolution itself doesn't change because it's the entire amount coming out of budget unit 1072, which is our cannabis. It's not specific to a specific bucket. I can.
All right, Stephen?
It should be fine the way it's written.
Okay. All right.
It would be better if it was amended, but
Can I offer an amendment to the resolution that was offered, that recitals 3 and 4 show $170,722.93 to equate to the exact amount divided by 2?
You can amend the whereases and then adopt the resolution as amended.
I offered that resolution as amended.
Resolution has been offered.
Aye.
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 Yes.
Aye. That resolution passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And with that, we will adjourn.
Yes.
2:43.